They give their takes on all things Detroit sports. The number one midday show in Detroit is on. Welcome to Big D Energy.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of Big D Energy. Right here on the Woodward Sports Network. My name is Neil Rule. That guy is Black Santa. Oh, and Terry Foster, too.
Yeah, he came in. He thought he was going to get to cabizzle with you, man. He's very disappointed.
Yeah, we're going to.
Maybe.
Okay.
How we doing, Benny?
We're not doing good, Neil. That's good. Yeah, I don't think we're going to make it happen today.
All right, so here's the play then. We'll do, we're Justin up to the desk.
Yep.
All right, T-Foss, before I go, can you give me a Black Santa update real quick?
All right, well, I know you wanted Black Santa to be on 2 weeks ago, right? I thought it'd be better to bring Black Santa on just before he's handing out the gifts for Christmas. So he came to visit, he's a little upset. But if you want your gift, you're going to have to go to the Amazon station that they got in Highland Park if you want to do that. He's got your gifts there for you. But actually, Black Santa already gave out some gifts. He got Newsy fired. And, he's guaranteeing that the Lions are going to win these next 2 regular season games, and we move on.
All right, real quick before I go, T-Foss, I know that I got the echo going. Real quick before I go, I saw in the chat somebody said that Vikings fans are heckling me. Heckling me for what? Remember this before I go, everybody. The Lions are still the boss, and they were never not the boss. And they will continue to be the boss. And you can't send a boy to do a man's job in Jordan Love. I looked. He had 135 feet of passing in the third quarter. He stinks.
I don't get why so many people are putting their faith in the Green Bay Packers. Screw them. The Lions win this week or win today. Win next week is done. Put the onus on yourself. You know what? If you're right, never send a boy to do a man's job. The Lions are the men. And, Viking fans can come after me if they want. But here's what I'm going to tell you. Lions are going to spank that ass next week. Vikings are kind of teetering. They're barely winning. And they get all these super breaks with an easier schedule. The Lions have been in control of this thing the whole season. And it would be a shame if the Lions end up with the number 5 seed. In fact, that's not going to happen. This is the best team in the NFC. This is the best team in this division, and they will prove that next week, Monday on Sunday Night Football. And I know there's a lot of worry in this city. I'm not worried about this. Really, I already know the destiny, bro.
100%, I agree. 100%. All right, I think Justin's going to hop on the desk. That's the play, right?
Yeah, we're good to go. Yeah, appreciate you, Neil. Sorry we couldn't get.
All right, guys. Everybody have a good day. In between commercials, Oakland and Arkansas on ESPN2 on the radio tonight, by the way. Michigan's holding ESPN networks now. So I'll talk to everybody tomorrow. I'll be back in studio, and T-Foss will get that Black Santa update.
All right, man. He's I think he's crying, man. He wanted to see
All
you.
right. All right. See y'all.
All right. Safe travels.
Hi, welcome to Big D Energy. I'm Justin Satala, and I am up here next to Terry Foster, who has Black Santa in front of him. We are going to go around the infield. We got KG, as usual, on the sound. KG, how we doing today?
Hey, good, man. It's game day. I'm fired up.
I'm fired up, too. And we got Spenmo on the TD booth. How we doing today, Spenmo?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. So, Terry, we got the 49ers today, which is going to be a revenge game. But
all right, let me stop you. No, it's not a revenge game. It is not.
Terry don't like that word.
No, I think the Lions had won 7 or 8 games, and if these are the same old Lions who have nothing to play for, it would be a revenge game. This is just the next in a continuing odyssey for the Lions to try to win a championship. I just don't believe this is a game where the Lions, okay, we're going to get these motherfuckers back, man. Oh, let's go. I just don't think that's the case.
I disagree with that, Terry, and I just think it's the mentality of this team. The Lions are some petty mofos, if you catch my drift there. Ben Johnson likes to run up the score. He likes to embarrass you. Dan Campbell knows what players are close to their milestones, what players are close to their bonuses, and he's a player's coach. He helps them get there, and he's going to have them fired up. They have the most sour, bitter taste in their mouth from last year's NFC Championship game. And yeah, you're right. This game does not mean remotely as much as we thought it would at the beginning of the season. They're 6-9. We thought they'd be a playoff team at least. They're not. They are in the gutter. They're going to be picking in the top 15. But I still think that doesn't matter to this team. They have that salty taste in their mouth that will not go away. And the only way to let it go is to beat them and get over that hump and bust that narrative that you can beat the 49ers and you are the premier team in the NFC.
They already know that. They don't need that game to prove that. San Francisco's not even San Francisco. They're a shell of themselves. The Lions, I think the destiny is so much clearer now. It's so much more important. It's a championship. I have never, ever done a show talking about the Lions and a championship. It was always about revenge. It was always about we can beat teams. We can always. But now this team is different. This team, yeah, they want to punch you in the face. They want to punch you in the face because they want to win a championship. And yeah, they are petty. But I don't think let's say you and me are sitting on the beach this summer, right? And I'm saying, man, what did you think of that 2024 season? You're not going to mention that, oh, the Lions got revenge against the 49ers. That will not cross your mind, and it won't cross theirs either. Even J-Mo, who's not a reliable source, said this is not a revenge game. I think they are so far beyond revenge now. This is different stakes, bro.
So you think that they're just in a winning get out type of mode?
Yeah.
All focused on the Vikings next weekend?
Yeah. Which could be dangerous because we're not supposed to talk about the Vikings game yet because it's one game at a time. You know how they always do that. And that is true. When you look ahead to other teams, either you lose or you lose focus and you're not the team that you should be. That is a possibility tonight. So we got to watch out for that.
Yeah, I think the worst thing for us would be to take a stinker and be looking ahead to the Vikings game because I know that this game doesn't necessarily matter in the grand scheme of things. We could lose and we could win next week and we still secure the 1 seed. But I think it's so big to have that momentum going into the playoffs, having a nice win streak, having a couple good wins under your belt going into the playoffs, especially on the bye as well. And I think that this is a big game for the Lions. I don't think they want to lose. They never want to lose. I just think there is a level of importance to this game that isn't just another game. And I respect your opinion on it and where you're coming from because the revenge doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. And you're right. I probably won't even mention the 49ers game when I talk about this magical 2024 season because it feels like a team of destiny. It feels like we are on this road that is something that's uncharted even last year. Like even last year there was this level of questioning towards this Lions team. Like, is this even real? But I think everybody now knows this year it is real. And I guess that might be where the flipping mentality is with this 49ers game.
It is real. I still think in the back of people's minds, they think it's real. They know it's real. But there's this little bug in the back that says, watch out, buddy. Don't go too far. You might get hurt.
Yeah, and I think that with that, we're already breaking that narrative so much, and at some point it has to become unimportant. So I guess I feel like you kind of got me over here where it isn't. It does feel as we keep talking about it, it feels less and less like a revenge game. It feels like more and more like just another game that they're just going to go out there, they're going to win. Doesn't matter how they do it. They're just going to go out there, play clean, try to play as clean as they can, and they're just going to try to get out of San Fran with a W.
Right. And hey, did you hear bitch ass 97.1 today?
No, I did not.
That was the most bitch ass radio I've ever heard. Oh, don't play anybody because somebody might get injured. Man, fuck that.
It's bad.
You know what I'm saying? Look, Dan Campbell has set an agenda. We're going to go out. We're going to be tough. They talk about being violent. They talk about being men. They talk about tsunamiing everything that's in their way. This is not the Lions' way. This is not Dan Campbell's way. This is not Amon St. Brown's way or Sam Laporta's way. The Lions, they're badasses now. And we got to get that through our heads. They are badasses. The same old Lions is done. We're afraid of our shadows is done. That's not the mentality of this team. I would play the dudes. If you're up 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, then yeah, sit your ass down. We're good. But I would play my guys because I want to see consistency. I want to see the offense get even better. I want to see the defense get better. I want to see these guys on the field with each other and getting better as a team.
Hey, I completely agree. The defense just continues to get pieces back, and they need to be able to build that chemistry. They need to be able to have those reps to be able to know, like last week, for example, Terrion Arnold, when he got beat on that touchdown by Keenan Allen, Ife Melifonwu looked like he was supposed to be over the top on that play. And I think that communication and another week of playing with each other is so big for guys who haven't played at all together this year, and especially a rookie. And I think that it will only continue for this Lions defense to get better, specifically for the defense to not be resting starters. The defense needs to continue to improve.
Right, and Terrion Arnold, he fell for the okie doke on that play too. So
no, he did. Terrion Arnold did get beat on that play,
right.
But it did seem like it was supposed to be a cover 4 with safety help, and if he kind of went for the under. But if it's ifs and buts and candies and nuts, you can't always be happy with how everything plays out. But I do think that with another week of communication, I do think that will continue to get better between Terrion and Ife and the rest of the defense as well.
Yeah, absolutely, because I mean, you're going to, if everything works out well, you're going to get that bye week for the playoffs. And the Lions need this more than anything because of the injuries. You're not just thinking about San Francisco and Minnesota. You're thinking about beating the LA Rams. You're thinking about beating the Buccaneers. You're thinking about beating Green Bay again. You're thinking about trying to beat Minnesota for a third time. You're thinking about the playoffs. That playoff push is coming, and that bye week is just huge. It
is. It really is, because hopefully if you do get the bye, you get Anzo back, and you're a week closer to getting Carlton Davis back, and the most important thing is playing inside Ford Field. That is the biggest home field advantage you could have in all of football, in my opinion. I've never heard a stadium louder. I have been to so many college stadiums, and it's still not even remotely close.
Right. And I got a critical question for you when we return. Whose return is more paramount or more important? Alex Anzalone or David Montgomery? Think about that one, fella.
I will think about that one, and while I do, why don't I be told about Sabbath Coffee?
Sabbath Coffee Roasters, deliciously roasted specialty coffee dropped off right at your door. Just use code word Woodward to get 25% off your first subscription order. Sabbath Coffee Roasters. Support local, enjoy game day right, and have Sabbath Coffee Roasters in your cup.
Walk into any Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men today. Open 7 days a week. Sit back, relax, and enjoy precision haircut, scalp massage, hot leather neck shave, and hot towel treatment from one of our talented stylists. Step up your game this season and take advantage of our $20 haircut special. Scan the QR code and get your coupon today. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, the ultimate haircut experience. Open 7 days a week. Walk-ins always welcome. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome.
Can't get enough Lions coverage? Make sure you catch all Woodward sports shows every game day. Wake up with Woodward and Maine, giving you the latest insight into the Lions locker room and press conferences. Then join the Lions pregame show, highlighting key matchups, injuries, and what to watch for during the game. Follow all the ups and downs of the live game action with our Woodward Watch Party live on YouTube and WoodwardSports.com. After the game, check out the instant fan and host reactions with the Lions postgame show. Every game, it's wall-to-wall, kneecap-biting, high-fiving, chest-pumping Lions coverage.
Hell yeah!
Only at Detroit's #1 sports network, Woodward Sports.
Woodward Sports, let's go!
Are you tired of wearing these same Detroit sports wearables? Well, it is the new era, new designs, amazing apparel, and the ultimate swag. Check out the Woodward Sports latest gear at woodwardsports.com and click the shop tab for hoodies, tees, t-shirts, hats and that are guaranteed to turn heads. Get the latest designs today at woodwardsports.com and click the shop tab. Welcome to Big D Energy. I am Justice Ottawa. That is Terry Foster, media legend of Detroit. On the audio, we have KG. KG, how we doing?
Hey, man, you know I'm ready, man. Me and you gonna be on the call tonight.
Oh, yeah.
What's
I'm
up,
so excited. And we got Memo Rackster in the TD booth, as always. And I believe Terry Foster had a question for us before we went to break.
It's something for you to think about. You know, guys are starting to come back, and that's why I don't think the Super Bowl is out of the question for the Lions, because they're going to be a different team next week. They'll be a different team in 2 weeks or whatever. But Alex Anzalone is probably going to return. Maybe David Montgomery will return. In your mind, which return is more important, Anzalone or David Montgomery?
For me, it is Alex Anzalone, and here's why. Because I really do believe in Jack Campbell, but I don't think he's there yet. I think that Alex Anzalone is so big for the sideline-to-sideline defense that we need. I feel like Jack Campbell got exposed in that Buffalo Bills game. James Cook was able to take those outside runs, and he was able to find those creases and get big gains. And that's something I'm not used to seeing when I'm watching this Lions defense. They are very good against the run. And I just feel like missing Alex Anzalone has caused this defense to look a little more slower, a little more weakness to quarterback runs, outside runs. And I think that Jahmyr Gibbs, I trust Jahmyr Gibbs. I do see him as a number one running back. I do see someone who can carry the load. I'm not scared of that. I believe he can do everything that David Montgomery can do, other than the level of consistency he can bring to the goal line, which is a little scary because the goal line is so critical. Touchdowns win games in the NFL, not field goals. So you have to be able to convert. But I trust Ben Johnson to be able to scheme up plays to use Jahmyr Gibbs' speed if the power game isn't working. I think that there are so many more variants in the offense that you can use with Jahmyr Gibbs compared to how the defense is variants when they don't have Alex Anzalone.
Brilliant, young man. You know who you sounded like?
Who?
Me. I can't add anything to that because I do trust. The main thing is I trust Jahmyr Gibbs, but the second thing is I am so glad that people maybe could have a more of appreciation for Anzalone, because I've just heard how much this dude is trash. He's slow. He's whatever, and he's very important. And it's good to get the cap back. He's the cap, so he's going to be. Hopefully he'll be back. He's more important than I think. And plus, you want bodies back on defense. So I know the thing that people worry about is defense, and are there enough bodies, and any defensive player you can get, I'm in favor of.
Yeah, and I think that you've seen over the last couple of weeks that our weakest position in depth is the linebacker spot. I think that the constant signing of new linebackers and all the linebackers who have been on IR, like that was just razor thin, and just getting someone who can play at the level of Anzalone back is going to be so big for this defense in every facet, for everything that they want to do in man coverage, stopping the run. I trust Jahmyr Gibbs. I love Jahmyr Gibbs, and I feel like he is just so good that you don't need to have that power element for him to still be effective on the goal line.
Yeah, I agree. Now, one thing, and this is what I think Brad Holmes is going to do in the second or third round, he's going to bring in a badass at linebacker. We always hear about the Lions culture and how important that is. He's going to bring in a dude that won't fit the culture, but this is just going to be some dude that will knock your ass out, smack your mama around. And I think that's what the Lions need. They need that Ray Lewis dude to come in here.
I completely agree.
You're afraid to go over the middle. You're afraid to run the ball. I think that's his next thing he's going to bring in here.
Yeah, I completely see that. I think that there's a level of just toughness, and I think that of the hit stick, they need to be, whenever they run through the middle, and Anzalone is okay at it. Campbell's a little bit better, but they don't have that pile driver, that real get in there and don't allow a thing like that Dre Greenlaw, who would just come in there and just be a body. And I think that is just something. I completely agree with you. I'd love to see that in the third round.
Right. Now, are you afraid of tonight's ball game? You going to rest everybody?
No, absolutely not.
Beautiful.
And we do have Neil Rule back, and I think it's working this time, so let's figure it out, chat. Make sure you keep me honest and let me know if it's not. But, Neil, how do you feel about resting people tonight?
Look, man, like it's pretty simple for me. And this is kind of a standing thought I've had. I've talked about it on here before. I believe that Dan Campbell has that kind of relationship with every single player where he goes to the player. What do you need today? What do you want? What do you need? How are you feeling? What do you want to do? And I think it's individual for each guy. There may be guys that say, no, I'm straight. There may be guys that say, give me a quarter. There may be guys that say, give me 2 drives, whatever it is. I think, like, because everyone gets caught up in this, and I know it's going to be a huge topic of discussion, and everybody feels a certain kind of way about it. I think that it's different for every person. I do, for real. I think it's different for every person. And, for me, it just goes back to that. What do they need? And there are stakes to it. I don't know if this was covered before, but there are stakes to it. If they win today, they would win the division with a tie against Minnesota. If they lose today, they would lose the division with a tie against Minnesota. So there is that's not nothing. You know what I'm saying? Is it probably nothing? Yeah, it'll probably end up being nothing, but it's not nothing. If that makes any sense. So
okay, it is nothing. But here's the thing: did you forget who the coach is of the Detroit Lions? Dan Campbell.
No,
he's not going to allow any ties. This dude will go for 2 points. This guy will go for touchdowns. This guy will go for anything to make sure it's not a tie. He doesn't believe in tie. He doesn't know what a tie is. So I don't even put that in consideration. The thing that I'm looking for is a team that needs more time together, like everybody does. Let them play. I'm not afraid of injuries. And I know it's a big risk and everything. This is not the preseason. This is the 16th game of the year for these guys. This team deserves to be 15-2. This team deserves to be the division champions. This team deserves to be in first place by himself, not with a tie and winning the division on the tiebreakers. The season that you've seen, the Lions have proven, they don't care what we say. It doesn't matter what we say, or the league, or all the other coaches and everything. This team deserves that, and I think they will get that. And bravo.
I mean, Terry, to be fair, we almost saw a couple of ties in the last 2 weeks. It came down to the 2-minute thing, and we're spinning off, we're dropping off a hypothetical cliff here with all this. But if it got inside 2 minutes and that game was tied and the Lions needed a first down, et cetera, whatever, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But going back to it, I think that Dan Campbell in the Lions organization has proven that they have their finger on the pulse of what's going on with this team. They know what's best for this team. And more than that, above it all, the players rock with Dan Campbell. They do. And that just goes to show you. And to me, it's funny because I alluded to it before I jumped off the last time. Got a lot of messages, posts, social media stuff from Vikings fans and Packers fans alike. Because, I was kind of clowning them a little bit. I don't understand, and I knew the media was going to do this, and I don't know how you guys feel about it, but there was all of a sudden this huge Vikings push and narrative. Like this wasn't the situation that they've been in all season long, and beating the Jaguars every week. It seems like they played the Jaguars 8 times this year. But with all that being said, Terry, you did peg this. There has not been a moment this season. There has not been a moment, not a second, not a nanosecond, not a New York minute, nothing. There has not been a moment in time this season where the Lions have not been the boss. And they continue to be the boss. And even if they lost tonight, they're still the boss. Because when you boil all this down, they're coming into Ford Field. Sam Darnold's coming into Ford Field, and the Lions have Jared Goff, and the Vikings have Sam Darnold, and that's it. That's it for me. And Terry, I rock with you, man. You and I are 100% lockstep. It's probably not going to be fun. There's not going to be a lot of difference of opinion. I think that this Vikings game is a foregone conclusion. Sunday night, Ford Field, the Spencer Raxters of the world got all day long to get ready for this one.
They're going to be all liquored up. But you know what? When you're the boss, you know what you do? You grab somebody by the collar and say, get out my way. And you pimp slap them. You call them a bitch. That's what you do. And that's what the Lions are going to do tonight and next Sunday. Get out my way. I don't even – you don't even deserve to breathe the same air that I'm breathing. And you know what? But, look at the 2 games the Lions have lost. They lost to Tampa, and I think that's a fluke. They outplayed them, and I think Ben Johnson got away from his P's and Q's and the running game. And then Buffalo was just, one of those games. They were just – Jared Allen was like on a roll, only the kind of roll that he can get on. Sam Darnold can't get on that roll. The San Francisco can't get on that roll. I think we as a community need to acknowledge this. Lions are badasses. They are. And I have made a living making fun of this franchise, making fun of this team. Can't do it now because when you look at them, they will smack you around. And the one word I always hear when I go in the locker room, violent. We want to be violent. I've never heard that before. It was like, we're hoping we win some ball games. And I was so sick and tired of that. Now they talk about championship. So
Chat thread, jump into there. Get your thoughts out there as well. Danny G, I hope this game isn't too expensive when the real Detroiters can't afford to get in. The crowd is night and day. Danny, it's trending that way. I saw second market prices pushing $400 get in. So I would imagine that's only going to go up now because it is a certainty that it is a winner-take-all game. So I would imagine that's going to keep pushing. It's going to be an expensive ticket because there's huge stakes with it. So yeah, hopefully the crowd, but they got enough time to get properly lubricated for the game on there. Woodward Sports chat thread, jump into that super chat. You want to get to the front of the line? Go ahead and fire away on that like Owen Mullen did. So tired of the media glazing the Vikings and Sam Darnold when we do everything better between the obnoxious celebrations, their delusional fans. Can't wait to shut them all up Sunday. Owen, thank you. Like this whole media thing with Sam Darnold, and what was that clown shit that was going on in their locker room yesterday? But that just goes to show you, that backs up Terry's point. One of these teams is ready for this. One of these teams is built for this, and the other one is not. This is, Terry, look, we got to take the break. I want to save this because I know we're supposed to talk about the 49ers. I know because that's the game tonight. But, Terry, I'm excited for this. I'm excited for this Sunday because it's all on the line. And the Vikings fans that reached out to me and posted, oh, you're nervous now, Neil? No, I'm less nervous now than I was before. And especially after that shit I saw you guys pull in the locker room. But we'll get into that. We got to talk about the pregame show, Spenny?
Yeah, tell them about the pregame show.
Hey, let's do it, everybody. Do we have a time set for? I know we're supposed to have a meeting on this. Do we have a time set for Sunday yet or not?
I'm not sure. No.
Okay, I'll reach out to Stick and I'll get that sorted out. But you guys already know. You know we'll be downtown. You absolutely know that. You know we'll be bumping at Second Best, 42 Watson Street. And you also know that Woodward and Maine gets the party started on Sunday. Yes, 8 to 9 a.m. Terry Foster. He's Matthew Broder on Sundays. Monday through Saturday, he's Matt. On Sundays, he's Matthew. And it is Woodward and Maine. They kick it off. Myself and Sean Belesian, the New Holland Brewing Company pregame show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. And, of course, the fine folks at Sabbath Coffee Roasters in East Clawson. Nobody does football better. Not the TV networks, not the flagship radio station. Nobody does football better than Woodward Sports.
Feldman Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer, is kicking off the game with the best prices on all cars, trucks, and SUVs, like this 2024 Silverado for just $296 a month, or this 2025 Equinox for as low as $371 a month. Our locations in Novi, Highland, New Hudson, Livonia, and Lansing means we have the perfect Chevy right in your backyard. Get the home team advantage every day at Feldman Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer.
Big Injuries? Big news. Twice a week, Dr. Jeff Pierce from Michigan Sports and Spine joins Woodward Sports Network for the Injury Insider Report. Big D Energy Tuesdays at noon, and Ermanni and Edwards with Maz Thursdays at 3:30. Get expert analysis and in-depth breakdowns on the latest sports injuries from the man trusted by top athletes in the community, like D-Mac. Whether it's the Lions, Pistons, Tigers, or Red Wings, Dr. Pierce talks us through it all. Don't miss the Injury Insider Report with Dr. Jeff Pierce, your go-to source for understanding the impact of injuries on the games and players we love. Only on Woodward Sports Network. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to MichiganSportsandSpine.com to see if Dr. Jeff Pierce can help you.
1800 Tequila is the official tequila of the live watch party and post-game show here on Woodward Sports. They're also a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. You see, they got the cool black jersey themed bottles right there. You can go find them in stores near you today. 1800 Tequila, the smoothest tasted tequila. And as always, please drink responsibly.
All right, keeping it pushing here. Big D Energy, Woodward Sports Network. My name is Neil Rule. The legend, Terry Foster, in the building as well. All of you in the Woodward Sports chat thread. You can jump right to the top of the line with the Woodward Sports Super Chat like Brando Smalls. It's us versus everyone. F them all. Bring it to F on. Rando, 1,000% correct. 1,000% correct. We're definitely going to get into that. Also in the Woodward Sports chat thread. Raise the sails. Neil, are you in your mom's basement? No, I'm in the Marriott in Fayetteville. Golden Grizzlies in Arkansas tonight. Nobody in the nation's played a schedule like we have as of late. Mike G, Neil, not going to break down Michigan versus the Hilltoppers. Mike G, when I was getting ready for the Arkansas stuff, I did take a look at some of the Michigan stuff. You know, Arkansas scored 58 points in 16 minutes against Arkansas when they played. Arkansas scored 58 points against Michigan in 16 minutes. That's when they lost that game. So, but yeah, we'll get to all of that. But we are talking Lions right now, and the game tonight, Monday Night Football against San Francisco. Kind of a bummer, I guess, that the Packers are soft and a fraudulent franchise, and everything Stick said in his little video rant turned out to be 100% true. And I'll ride it off on this, because this is the last time, Terry, that we're going to have to talk about the Packers on this network for the season. This is the last time, because they'll go play in the playoffs and they'll get cooked, and we won't have to deal with them ever again. But Terry, I'll say this. What if
the Lions cook them, though? The Lions could be the one that cooks them, though. So we may have
it'll pretty much be them. It'll pretty much be them in the NFC South division winner, right? Even if the Lions lost. So the Packers are inconsequential. As far as the Lions are concerned, it doesn't matter. So with this being said, you know what? This whole Jordan Love thing about how elite he is and everything like that, Terry, when I landed yesterday, I flipped open the box score. The Wi-Fi was down on the plane. I flipped open the box score and saw that Jordan Love had 135 feet of passing in the third quarter. And then they were behind 3 scores, and Jordan Love did what he does. They get behind, he has a bunch of empty calories, and then people are like, oh, Jordan Love, he never gives up. I'm happy that Jordan Love is a long-term quarterback in Green Bay, Terry. And the reason is this. He ain't him. That's all that can be said about it, Terry. Jordan Love ain't him. I'm glad the Packers have him long-term. And deep down, their fans that were pissing and moaning on social media yesterday, deep down, they know the truth, Terry. The Packers know the truth that Jordan Love ain't like the other quarterbacks in this division, namely number 16 in Detroit, Terry, and I've heard enough about him. So,
no,
cool.
You'll appreciate this. Jordan Love, he's a fine little quarterback.
He's a fine local Wisconsin quarterback. Absolutely. That's what he is. He's no more than that. And when push comes to shove, he's not equipped to win those kinds of battles. But whatever. With that being said, Terry, again, today, Monday night game, I know Dan Campbell publicly said it. Jump into that chat, by the way. Soccer night in Detroit. Doing a High School Musical dance in the end zone is grounds to make you a 5th seed in the playoffs. And yeah, it was very, very cringe. There was no doubt about it. But Terry, I know that Dan Campbell kind of said it about tonight's game. It's full speed ahead, and I trust what he says, and more than that, Terry, the players trust what he says.
Yeah, will he actually do that? I hope he does, because he can't abandon what he's all about. If he doesn't play his starters, if he backs down and kind of pussyfoots around and everything, that's not who he is. When in the heat of the battle, you got to bring your A game. You got to bring the game that got you there. And this is what Dan Campbell's been all about. This is what this team is all about. They're about smashing people, smacking people, doing what they got to do. But the bottom line is, this is a franchise where a lot of people never didn't believe in them, never believed that they'd be in this position. And I think, it's time to show that they're a big boy. No question. And that's
Woodward
what he's gonna
Sports
do.
chat thread. Tabitha Gable, that offsides garbage, nothing called. Referees helped the Vikings win because everybody wanted the Week 18 matchup against the Lions. I don't care who wants to come for me. And that's exactly where I am too. I actually prefer it this way, because now when the Lions sweep them and they win the division again and they're the 1 seed, then the Vikings can do their little playoff game and go on the road and play their 50-50 game and all of that. And they'll be what they are. Inconsequential. They're a cute little story. They had a nice little run. The schedule set up. Every team there is one team in the NFL every single year. That's the Minnesota Vikings. Every single year. Kind of a schedule darling where things break out right and they get to play the bum-ass Jets and they get to play the bum-ass Falcons, and they may get to play the bum-ass Falcons again.
Right. Do you know who the Minnesota Vikings were 2 years ago? The Minnesota Vikings. They've played this game before. They've gone through a bum-ass schedule, got their chests all pumped up and everything, and then they're nothing in the playoffs.
Alex Cobb. Good to see Alex Cobb, by the way. Once he signs with the Tigers, he jumps into the Woodward Sports chat thread. Neil, I'm sure you know the CEO of Soroki's told them to come to Grand Rapids. I was in Sterling Heights for Christmas, and it was so good, I had to get more to bring home. So the Soroki's people, I know that they're watching, so there you go. Dante151 in the super chat. Jump to the front of the line. If Washington wins in Week 18, the Packers would have to travel to face the Eagles. Also, I told this morning to the crew, the morning crew, but the Packers could have the same record versus the NFC North if they lose to the Bears. Yeah, again, they're not relevant. They're a playoff team or whatever, and that's fine. But they certainly are not relevant. Terry, this game tonight against the 49ers. You've alluded to this for all the years that I've known you. And when we do shows together, you've brought this up a lot. But this year, I've noticed it more than most. Terry, these other NFL teams, when they are out of it, they are out of it. They have checked TF out. And I'm wondering if that's where the 49ers are going to be tonight.
Yeah, they very well could be. The only thing that could save them is it's on national TV and there can be some pride. But, I would love to go into their dressing room to see if there's U-Haul boxes by their dressing stalls. And that would tell you right there that they're checked out. But, this is such a violent game that if you don't have anything to play for, I'm not saying you give no effort, but, 100% turns into 80%. And that's just enough to expose you for who you are. So, yeah, San Francisco doesn't have anything to play for, and I think they'll pack it in the second half. They might look feisty and fresh in the first half, but in the second half, they'll fade.
Woodward Sports chat thread, Jonesy jumps in there. Can we take a moment to recognize that the Panthers had Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield last year? LOL. And then Jonesy, they traded draft capital to get Bryce Young. Like, that's what they did. And that's what bad organizations do. Just like the Giants, by the way. Is anybody going to give it to Maz today about the Giants? Hey, nice win, Giants. Nice win. So when you're picking fourth instead of first, remember the good feelings you had from that win over the Colts. So there's that out there.
Sounds like the Lions of old.
Terry, a younger Neil, do you remember that game? I forget which year it was against the Saints, where they could have had the number 2 pick or whatever it was, and then they beat the Saints on the road the year of the hurricane. They had to play them in Houston or whatever, and they beat them and ended up picking like 6th or 7th instead of 2nd.
Yeah,
that's the most angry I've ever been at the Lions.
Bad when it's not necessary.
That's the most upset I'd ever been with the Lions probably in my life. Was that? But yeah. Woodward Sports chat thread, get into there. Robert, this is a perfect storm for a Lions Super Bowl win. Mike G, Neil, if you start hearing banjos down that hotel room, deadbolt the door. I'll tell you guys this: Fayetteville, Arkansas is nice, for real. I equate it. It's almost like it's kind of like a Birmingham, but a college town. It's like a Birmingham college town. It's actually nice down here. This is the second time I've been down here, as a matter of fact. So it's
there's no pigs roaming around the street, is what you're saying.
That's probably outside the town limits. Like you got to go. If in the backwoods. Yeah, no doubt. I'm sure that they have that there. Art Vandelay, Giants fans were livid yesterday. Well, you guys know Maz was actually at the game, and he says he was rooting for the Colts. But deep down, Terry, you know that he wanted to see him win because he was there. You know that, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I'd love to see a hidden camera on him. You know he was going, "Go Giants, go!" He can't help himself.
No doubt. Hey,
Poor
but I
kid.
can help you. I can help you get a good haircut, right, Spenny?
Yeah, of course. You just got to go to Lady Jane's because Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men is open 7 days a week. You can scan that QR code on the screen and get a $20 haircut. Comes with a hot leather neck shave, a scalp massage, and a hot towel treatment from one of our lovely, talented stylists. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, open 7 days a week. Walk-ins are always welcome. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, it's wicked awesome.
How do people feel about getting a Planet Fitness membership for $15 a month? How do they like working out in the clean and spacious gym that's filled with equipment for every workout? And how about free fitness training in the judgment-free zone that leaves them feeling energized all day long? Join Planet Fitness today with the free PF app, online or in club, and start getting that big fitness energy for $15 a month.
No one gives away more cash and prizes than Woodward Sports. You don't believe us? Here's our latest $10,000 winner.
You guys posted, hey, if you guess all this stuff right, we'll give it's $10,000. I'm like, okay, well, why the hell not?
And the winning doesn't stop there. How about our Outkick Your Coverage winner?
I think you won. We got Tully, everybody. This guy's got a hot girl.
Bigger prizes, bigger giveaways, cash, merch, tickets, and more. All from the biggest sports network in Detroit. No one does it bigger and better than Woodward Sports. Make sure you're following, liking, subscribing on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for your chances to share in the winning. From Detroit's #1 sports network, Woodward Sports.
What's up, everybody? Neil Rule for Caesar Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of Woodward Sports. They're still running it, everybody. You can scan the QR code on the screen right now. Make your first deposit. Use the code Woodward1000 when you sign up, and then you can make your first bet. And if your first bet loses all the way up to $1,000, you'll get it back as a free bonus bet. Yes, that is the way that it works. It's almost like a free spin, everybody. But you won't need a free spin because all you got to do is take all that money and bet it on the Lions to beat Minnesota. And then you can walk away with your money. Caesar Sportsbook. The app is clean. It's easy to navigate. It's not glitchy. It's not bugging out on you. It's updating in real time, obviously, if you're a live betting fan as well. We've done that on the watch party for you. Remember, we trapped the Monday night game. You were in a no-lose situation, and you can do that stuff with Caesar Sportsbook. It's Caesars. They're one of the OGs in the game as well. Caesar Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of Woodward Sports. All right, we're keeping it pushing. Neil Rule down here in Arkansas. Terry Foster back in the Birmingham compound. We got young Justin. We have Spencer Raxter as well. We have all of you. Remember, subscribe to the Woodward Sports YouTube channel. Jump in there, get your thoughts. Want to jump to the front of the line? Use the super chat option as well. We'll break in and read those as they come in as well. I'm excited to get back to the studio tomorrow. What do you got, Terry?
We got KG and the Sunshine Band here too.
Oh, KG is in the building. All right, all right. I heard he was coming in hot. So KG did make it in there. So shout out. Neon Millimeter says Woodward Sports really the only answer when it comes to sports in Michigan. Don't mess around with those other guys. If it's sports in Michigan, it's Woodward Sports Network. That's true, Neon, because we have the best squad. We got the best host.
You know
we
what?
Got the best,
Everybody does a fine job, but we don't come in with bitch ass stuff. How about that? We're men here. We're not scared. We're not saying, oh, you got to rest your players because we don't want anyone to get injured. We pump our chest. We tell you what's happening.
Very well said.
They do a very fine job. But man, come correct or don't come at all. That's what I say, man.
Absolutely. T-Foss, any concern that the Lions are only a 3.5-point favorite tonight? I guess it doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah, Vegas doesn't matter to me. That's not in my vocabulary. Vegas has no say on what happens on the field tonight. And I can understand a 3.5-point, spread because many NFL games are 3-point victories, and Vegas probably doesn't know if Dan Campbell's going to play his guys, not play his guys. Are they going to be looking ahead? So that's why a spread like that is palatable. But I just don't I don't pay attention to Vegas.
Tickets are as low as $79 to get into that game tonight. So there's that out there for you. Speaking of that, T-Foss, next week, because I was going to take a look real quick because someone asked about tickets for the Lions-Vikings game. Commanders at Cowboys, $14. Texas at Titans, $6. $6 for NFL tickets to see the Texans against the Titans.
Hey, you know what? To get a tour of the Dallas Cowboys Stadium costs more than $14. I mean, you get the tour and see the game.
Yeah, and yes, tickets for the Lions-Vikings game get in prices $305.
Neil, you brought up something, and I got bad news now. You got to go to the game next week because that might be the last Lions game where you don't have a wine and cheese crowd because they're jacking up the ticket prices and, a Bentley the Butler might be going to Lion games now.
Justin.
Justin.
Right.
But you know how you have the decibel meter up to 118 and blah, blah, blah. I don't know how loud you can get for a golf clap. So you got to hit that game next week at Ford Field.
Justin would be happy. He's happy about ticket price increases. Tickets are going to get so expensive, Terry, that they're going to start changing the logo for the Lions and put backwards letters on there, make it a real earthy color so the Justins of the world, the music festival people will roll out.
Or when teams have the ball, they're going to say, shh. They're going to treat it like a tennis match.
Right. Corey Berry, your first beer will cost you double what the ticket cost you in Dallas. I know, I love it. I love it, Corey. We're going to go around the NFL in the second hour of the show because I have some things that are tried and true that maybe took a little longer this year in the NFL, but in the end they did end the way that they were supposed to end. But no, just kind of wrapping up the thoughts. Lions 49ers here tonight. There is a small piece of me, Terry, that is kind of crushed that the Packers are such a bitch organization and they're not capable of winning big games, and they haven't been for a decade now. There is a part of me that's sad about that, Terry, because I did want this. I wanted stakes tonight. I wanted things on the line. I wanted some juice from Monday Night Football, and Terry, that's been taken from us.
Yeah, but you know what? Next week's game is winner take all. I'm glad Green Bay lost. I was not sitting around waiting for Green Bay to do something because Lions and Packers, not friends, but think of next week, pal. Winner take all. This is a playoff game. Except you don't get eliminated. But I love this.
I'm upset, man, because I wanted the 49ers to pay. And now there's really nothing that can be done to them. That body's already dead, and it's been cold for a while, Terry.
It still would be dead. Put your faith in the Lions. Put your faith in the destiny of the Detroit Lions. I don't care about the rest of the league. I only care about what happens at Ford Field and wherever else these guys are going to be. So if you're the badass, like I think you are, you just take care of business, and then we'll see you in the playoffs as the number 1 seed.
Woodward
Simple as
Sports
that.
Chatter, Peaceful Tim. Neil told us 5 weeks ago that the division was over. Peaceful Tim, I told you that about 13 weeks ago, number one. And number two, it is over. Because if you don't think that it's over, then you think the Vikings are going to come in here and win. That is not on my radar. That is not on Terry Foster's radar. That will not happen. It cannot happen. Sam Darnold is not walking in here and winning a winner-takes-all for the number one seed game. I don't care what building he's walking into. He's not doing that. And I know that we got a whole 2 weeks to get our shit off on that. I understand it. But I can't resist right now. Because, Terry, the more I think about it, the more you're right. And the more actually happy I am that Green Bay's been largely a trash organization for the better part of a decade. Because it's going to feel even better. Because we can put the Vikings down and put them out, and everyone can see yet again. When the Lions beat them, yet again. When they beat the Packers, yet again. When they beat the Bears, yet again. Everyone gets to see what the reality of the situation is here. The Vikings are schedule merchants. Now, to be fair, we talked about that, right? This little 10-week run they're on, the schedule is laughable. And that's fine. That's how the NFL is built. The NFL wants the Vikings. There's a Minnesota Vikings every year. As Terry said 2 years ago, it was the Minnesota Vikings that were the Minnesota Vikings.
Right.
So you get this, and there's always one team a year. This year it's the Vikings, and we get to drag them out back and put them down. As Spencer Raxter likes to say, I'll do it, Ma. That's what Dan Campbell and the Lions are going to do on Sunday night. I'll do it, Ma. They're going to take out the Vikings behind the shed and put them down.
Right. And you know the NFL plays little games. They wanted a Minnesota Vikings, Lions, winner-take-all game. They've been playing this up all year, that this is a possibility. So there's no way they're going to let the jive-ass Green Bay Packers spoil this. So this is destiny. I'm glad it's happening. And you know what? If the Lions are to advance at the number one seed, at the end of the day, I want the Lions to put themselves in that position, not the Green Bay Packers. And Dan Campbell said it. We want to write our own story. Let the Lions write their own story, man. And they're going to spank that ass next week, I'm telling you. And tonight.
Woodward Sports Chat Thread, jumping in there, get your thoughts out there as well. David Witt, remember when he didn't score a touchdown against the Jaguars? David, that's exactly my point. Their whole run is littered with games like that. And it's fine, though. It's fine because they can't hide on Sunday Night Football in front of the nation. And I don't care. I don't care about the defensive injuries. I don't. When it's the Vikings, now you want to get with me about Buffalo or Kansas City or Baltimore or somebody like that, that's down the road. We can talk about that when the Super Bowl runs around, because we'll get 2 weeks to do that. But Terry, I'll back this up. I don't care who's hurt for the Lions in terms of the NFC, Terry. I don't. This roster right now, as it sits, is still the best team in the NFC. Still better than Philly, better than the bum-ass Vikings, better than everybody else, Terry. They just are. My expectations do not change, have not changed, will not change, because this Lions team, as currently constructed, even with the people missing, is better than anybody in the NFC, Terry. I stand on that.
Right. And schematically, Aaron Glenn has not fixed the defense, but he's made the defense better. We know the offense can score whenever they feel like doing it. I mean, they can score a bunch of points in the first half, chill out in the second half and run that clock, or, excuse me, vice versa. Chill out in the first half and then show out in the second half. So, I just don't see anybody in the NFC stopping this team. Next loss, if the Lions do have a loss, would be in New Orleans.
Woodward Sports Chat Thread, Cody Engel. The crowd needs to be better. It was bad against the Bills. And Cody, see, here's the difference, though. I will give the Buffalo Bills respect in their fans, just in terms of paying $700 for the tickets. The Minnesota Vikings fans have proven before that they're bitches. They've proven that time and time again through personal interactions, through everything that we've seen, through the stupid horn that they blow at the games, through their stupid chants that they do, all of it. They've proven that. They're not coming here to Ford Field for that. They don't want any, and you can tell by the ticket prices. They're not willing to pay any price. They're not going to do it. They're a soft fan base. That's what they are. And look, again, I know we got 2 weeks to talk about this. We do. But Terry, I just can't help it, man. I just can't help it. All right, Terry, let's do this then. Let's take the break. When we come back, I do want to just take a quick spin around the NFL. There is some Tiger stuff I want to get into also because I really don't like what I'm seeing.
Man.
And I said that I would let it play out. But every second that passes, the more pissed off I get. So we'll touch on that. You have a Black Santa update for us. Black Santa is in studio as well. So you can let us know what's going on there. So there's still a ton to get to, man. There's still a ton to get to. Tell me about where were we at here with this? Second best. That's me, Benny. Yeah, that's me talking about second best because it's my spot in downtown Detroit. Before Lions games, obviously, because that's where the Woodward Sports pregame show is. But before a Pistons game I went to. Before a Red Wings game I'm going to next week. I'll be pulling up on second best. Elite food, great drinks, convenient location, good parking around the spot as well. They're just a couple blocks away from LCA. Tons of Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey, all of it. And second best, it's the new spot in downtown Detroit. It needs to be on your game day. Concerts at Fox Theater, it's right there, everybody. So get in the mix. They're the new spot downtown. They're going to be the only spot in downtown. It's second best. Come get some.
Tell you about the Salvation Army. There is still time to give. Please help out those in need in this holiday season. If you can, help out those. Everybody deserves to have a good holiday, and the Salvation Army is still raising money for those in need this holiday season. You can scan that QR code on the screen right now to donate, or go to any Salvation Army location. You know your money is going to a good spot when you give it with the Salvation Army. They're trying to help those out that can't help themselves. So please, if you are able, donate some money and help these people in need. It's the Salvation Army.
Stop searching for a vehicle and start finding one. Les Stanford Chevrolet Cadillac makes it easy. We harness the power of multiple dealerships and own the biggest selection of GM brands in the area to get you the car you need. With the Les Stanford Group, you'll have access to 4 different dealerships, providing you with more makes, more models, and more choices. We're connected to more than 1,000 vehicles, and with so many high-quality CPO vehicles available, you'll find new car quality at pre-owned prices. You can start and end your search at lesstanford.com today.
Woodward Sports? Love wearing clothes? Then you should be wearing Woodward Sports clothes. Check out our full line of merch at woodwardsports.com. Just click on shop. We have all your favorite designs, like Dan Campbell kneecaps, Woodward Golf, and of course, our own logoed out merchandise. Men, women, infants, kids all love Woodward Sports. Impress your friends. Impress your boss. Impress your dog. Buy Woodward Sports merch today. A ton of fun, a ton of sports, and a ton of man meat. Welcome to the Woodward Heavyweights, live daily 5 to 7 p.m. on Woodward Sports.
New Holland Brewing Company.
Yes, sir. One of my favorites, as a matter of fact, Taller, the Dutch long drink from New Holland Brewing Company, local Michigan company over there on the west side of the state. How does it work? They take their New Holland small batch gin, they mix it, they scratch it with a little grapefruit puree, and magic happens in those little Argyle cans. This is it, man. This is my favorite drink in the game. If I'm walking into a store and I'm buying something to drink, it's Taller. It's bourbon and it's Taller. And oh, by the way, New Holland makes a pretty damn good bourbon line as well. They're it, everybody. You want Michigan, you want local, it's New Holland Brewing Company. Hour number 2 of Big D Energy, Woodward Sports Network. Neil Rule here in Arkansas. Terry Foster in our Birmingham compound. At Woodward Sports, we got KG, Spencer Raxter, Young Justin's in the building as well. And we got all of you in the Woodward Sports chat thread. Subscribe to the Woodward Sports YouTube channel. Go ahead, drop off your messages. You want to skip to the front of the line, no problem. Just drop us a super chat, and we'll read your comments. And that's how we're doing it here. Woodward Sports chat thread, after you subscribe, make sure you click that like button as well. Jay Thomas, go Army. Our quarterback was a dog, just couldn't throw. No, He had 9 touchdown passes. By the way, Bryson Daly, the quarterback for Army, more rushing touchdowns than Ashton Genty, by the way. I just want that out there, everybody. He's got more than him, and he's a quarterback. So there's that. But yeah, Terry, I do want to take a spin around the NFL, Terry, and I do want to get your thoughts. Was there anything that stuck out to you, anything that you noticed, that was non-Lions relevant? Was there anything that you noticed around the NFL this week?
I noticed a bunch of teams that just gave up. I saw a bunch of blowouts. I saw my man Aaron Rodgers.
Man,
there's a fumble on the ground, and you can see I'm not getting hurt. He kind of did like this and pretended to go down. You know how you somebody wants to fight you, like don't hold me back. You like doing all this stuff and like you all swole up and you're gonna do something. Aaron Rodgers is like, I'm not getting hurt. But I saw this team's like, hey man, we checked out, we chilling.
Harry, does this hurt his legacy to anybody out there? Like he quit yesterday. He literally tapped out and said, hey, you probably got to go to Tyrod Taylor. Aaron Rodgers, a lot of people's hero, their god, literally went to his coach and said, hey, we should probably try Tyrod Taylor right now. He said that, Terry. It's on video.
It's so bad for Aaron Rodgers. He came out with a documentary trying to explain himself. That's how bad it is for my man now.
No, absolutely. And look, we piled on him a lot because some of us saw this coming the second that he went to the Jets. Some of us didn't at the network, like Sam Flannel, who thought that he was going to continue to be great. And he's been, Terry, I hope that people hold this in its proper regard. He's been an abject bust with the Jets. He's done nothing to help that franchise.
He's
only hurt
Wilson.
it. Thank you.
Okay,
I
got another word. How about this one? Worthless.
Yeah.
Right. Can you use that word?
No, you absolutely can, Terry. And our good buddy Abe in Southfield, our noted Jets fan, he actually texted me last night, and he said, as sad as this is, and when I heard it, I said, no way. But then I sat down and thought about it. He said, as sad as this is, he's still a top 5 quarterback in Jets history.
Wow.
And you know what, Terry?
Wow.
He's right. Think about it. Who's been better?
Joe Willie Namath.
Chad Pennington.
Chad Pennington. Oh, my goodness.
That's it. That's
Mark
the
Sanchez
list.
had some good years.
He got to 2 AFC championships.
Right. But you see where I'm going, though? Like, It wasn't like we had a flood of names that we could list out there.
Brett Favre's 1 year.
Brett Favre's 1 year. Yeah, there you go. No, but I mean that's how dire it is.
The Jets, where old Packer quarterbacks are sent to die.
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
Right.
Can we go with a book?
Spenny, I want to get your take, man. What did you see around the NFL?
I saw my fantasy team lose, and that sucks. Lost in the championship because Chuba Hubbard went on IR the day before the championship match, so that kind of sucks. I don't know, man. I was really depressed on Sunday. I wasn't watching a lot of football.
Damn. I'm proud of you for making the championship game, young man.
Yeah. Second year in a row.
Good job. Hey, we said it was fantasy Super Bowl or bust, and you got there, Spenny. My point would be if you were counting on Chuba Hubbard, then you were,
Dude,
it
Chuba
wasn't
Hubbard's
in the cards
been
for
balling
you
all
this
year.
Yeah, they shut him down.
No, I know. It always ends this way with Chuba Hubbard. Always.
How about the Cowboys?
Here's what I noticed, Terry. And I saw Mike Tomlin kind of catching some heat for this, and I tried to prepare everybody for this. I saw Russell Wilson be Russell Wilson in a big spot. I saw him no touchdowns, a pick, 205 yards on 37 passing attempts. I saw very Russell Wilson things from Russell Wilson. And the moral of the story is, in a big moment, you can't trust him. In a big moment, and look, we're talking about over a decade ago, his good days were. It's over. It's been over. And they're probably going to get to the playoffs anyway, but that's on Mike Tomlin. that's not because of Russell Wilson. Justin Fields was 4-2 with this Steelers team. He took Kenny Pickett to the playoffs. Anybody see Kenny Pickett yesterday? You know what I mean? Like, it's just it's a Mike Tomlin thing, and Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers are both the same. Just retire. Both. Why? Why are they both doing this to themselves? You had a great run, but it's over. And like Eminem said, just admit when it's over. And it's over right now and it's been over for both of them, Terry. And look, the Steelers organization is strong enough to propel him to the playoffs and to a winning record, but you're not doing anything with him. You know it. I know it. Russell Wilson knows it, Terry. I saw Russell Wilson be Russell Wilson.
Yeah, try to develop Justin Fields. He can get them to the playoffs. He's a younger guy. He's going to be around for a while. But, these old farts, it's always the same thing. I really love the locker room. I love being with the guys. Well, screw that, man. You're not doing anything for the franchise except being old. Move on.
That's it. Jeff Berg, Steelers offense blows. Gromit 0237, Neil says a lot of stupid ish, but that's top most. Really, I'd be curious as to what I just said that wasn't factually correct, by the way. David E. Walker, 4-11 Jets team coming out of the tunnel with a boombox is crazy work. that was pretty comical, by the way. That was absolutely pretty comical. Wow. I know, right? Like, come on, man.
So
come on.
Julio didn't die for this.
You know what? Something
Rest
weird.
in peace,
No.
man.
There's something weird going on in the air. The Lions have become an elite team, and dozens of NFL teams have become the old Detroit Lions. What the hell's going on here?
We've seen a flip. There's no doubt. Fed Up Over 40. Shout out to Darrell Noddings, lifelong Lions fan. He made me a Lions fan. He'd freak out if you dropped his name. So there you go. There you go, Darrell. We dropped your name on there. KG, how about you, man? You've been kind of quiet today. What'd you see in the NFL?
I saw that Jaden Daniels is absolutely for real. He got the dub in OT. That was pretty amazing. I saw the Cowboys-Eagles tunnel fight. I thought that was pretty interesting as well. And yeah, man, that's pretty much all the football that I was able to get into.
The Jaden Daniels thing, by the way, because Terry, like, what do people say about guys that put up? Because Jaden Daniels, people forget, put up insane numbers in college, like insane, crazy numbers, running for over 1,000 yards. He had like 40-plus passing touchdowns, like less than 5 interceptions. They always say, Terry, what's the argument that's not going to translate in the NFL? Terry, Jaden Daniels,
or prove it in the league.
Prove it in the league.
Yeah, we saw you, and that was cute. But prove it in the league. And he's done that.
Jaden Daniels is doing the same shit in the NFL that he did in college. Like the exact same shit, man. But hey, tell me more. Tell me more about Caleb Williams, because that's the other thing I saw, Terry. I saw Caleb Williams manage a field goal. Was there anybody in the chat right now that wants to tell me more about how he's walking into the best setup in the history of the NFL? Yes, Terry Foster.
I'm going to defend Caleb Williams. If Jaden Daniels had been drafted by the Chicago Bears, we'd be dogging him. I think the franchise is awful. There's no quarterback that can overcome the Chicago Bears because you're not getting any coaching. You're not getting any structure. You're getting coaches fired and in and out the room and everything. I just think that's a lost cause because it starts with management being incompetent. And that goes all the way down to incompetent coaches, and these quarterbacks, everyone except Mitch Trubisky, are the victims of bad coaching. He was a bad quarterback. I think Justin Fields could have worked out there if they had competent people.
I think Jaden Daniels would have worked there. It doesn't matter. The people around Jaden Daniels don't matter. Like he's going to put the team on his back and do what he does because he's legit Lamar, like legit Lamar.
Bro,
like
hang on, bro. How tough can he be when he's putting people on his back who are skeletons?
He's doing it. He's doing it for Washington, man.
Washington had a semblance of competency. The Bears, man.
Terry,
how many quarterbacks they're going to go through?
Terry, that's not what I was told with Caleb. He's walking into, quote, the best rookie situation any rookie's ever walked into. An incredible defense.
Right. You got bad information.
Keenan Allen. They drafted Rome Odunze. This was an elite situation he's walking into. Caleb Williams is a bum, bro. A bum.
Did I ever tell you about the wedding I went to in Chicago last year, man? This dude, man, was crushing me. He said, "You from Detroit?" He said, "Man, the Bears going to kick the Lions' ass this year. Watch out for him." And you know why? Caleb Williams. He's here. Bears going to win the division. The Lions might finish third. That's what I was told.
That's what I was told, too.
Yeah.
I was told Bears going to the playoffs. I was told Bears are going to the Super Bowl, all of it. And Caleb Williams has been trash.
And don't forget this, bear down.
Bear down.
And before we go to break, there was another thing that I did see in football this weekend when I wasn't being depressed about my fantasy team. It was Bo Nix. Talk about another rookie quarterback that was better than Caleb Williams. Bo Nix was out there making plays, dude. He was dropping it in a bucket.
Bro, you know what, man? We're getting a pretty long list of guys that should have went in front of Caleb Williams. Like if they did a redraft, Jaden Daniels will go, again, like you keep going back to it, man, and you look. Like Bo Nix is another one that should have went in front of Caleb Williams. Like he's accurate. And that's where, like, look, when people come at me about the Tua love, right? When Tua plays, there's no substitute for accuracy in the NFL. And Bo Nix can drop it in a bucket, as Spenny just said. There's no substitute for that, man. The people get enamored with arm strength and all these things. It's where you put the ball. And Bo Nix is good, man. Caleb Williams is not good.
He is. The best thing that happened to Bo Nix is he got out of Auburn, went to a real college football program, and became great. But what many of us think about, we think about Auburn Bo Nix, and then we forget about the Oregon Bo Nix. Those two different people.
Hey, Neil, real quick, we just going to ignore the quarterback on the other side, right? You still on your Joe Burrow hate train?
Are they going to get in the playoffs?
I mean,
possibly.
They could.
Don't they need like 4 people to lose, and they got to win by between 7 and 10, or like they got with and an or in all of their stuff.
Justin said they just need the Chiefs to lose, but
KG, this was to be expected. They always where is he at the first half of the season all the time?
I hear you. I don't think it's all his fault. That's the only argument I got for you.
Well, he's the quarterback, KG. That's the way it works in this league. Same thing with Caleb Williams. Like that's the way that it works every single time. Tell about Mark White, Spenny.
Mark White, when you're looking to buy or sell your home, Mark White should be your first choice. He'll save you up to $5,000 of your closing costs. Visit him at markwhitesells.com or call him at 248-290-8242. Mark White will get you in a dream home today. markwhitesells.com.
Walk into any Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men today. Open 7 days a week. Sit back, relax, and enjoy precision haircut, scalp massage, hot leather neck shave, and hot towel treatment from one of our talented stylists. Step up your game this season and take advantage of our $20 haircut special. Scan the QR code and get your coupon today. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, the ultimate haircut experience. Open 7 days a week. Walk-ins always welcome. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome.
The Super Bowl parade in Detroit will be one for the record books. Detroit just does it different. Woodward Sports, your official Super Bowl or Bust Lions network. Love Woodward Sports? Love wearing clothes? Then you should be wearing Woodward Sports clothes. Check out our full line of merch at woodwardsports.com. Just click on Shop. We have all your favorite designs, like Dan Campbell kneecaps, Woodward Golf, and of course, our own logoed out merchandise. Men, women, infants, kids all love Woodward Sports. Impress your friends. Impress your boss. Impress your dog. Buy Woodward Sports merch today.
And Feldman Chevrolet.
That's right, everybody. Feldman Automotive, feldmanauto.com. They're where I bought my car from, Feldman Chevrolet in Novi. There's 18 Feldman Automotive dealerships in and around the Metro Detroit area. If you want another make or model of a car, you want a Ford, you want a Kia, just go to feldmanauto.com. They have the best buying process in the game. They got me the keys to my car in about an hour and a half, everybody. That's how quickly it moved at feldmanauto.com. Again, they've been around since 1996. They do great charity work with the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. They're a staple of Detroit for a very, very long time. feldmanauto.com. All right, keeping it pushing. Big D Energy, Woodward Sport. What do you got, Spenny?
I was just going to say, we do got a super chat to go to, but the McAfee show is on in the background, and they're showing these highlights. Do we talk about how much of a fever dream the Pop-Tart Bowl is? Like, with these fucking giant Pop-Tarts dancing around, showing their junk to the crowd, ripping up. This is like... I saw something. Imagine being super high and watching the Pop-Tart Bowl. Like
Are they eating the Pop-Tart right now?
They eat the Pop. Yeah, they send him through the toaster and then eat him at the end.
Wow.
It is really weird.
What?
Rando Smalls in the super chat, by the way. If you want to skip the line, just drop a super chat in there like Rando Smalls. Neil, do you feel the same about Caleb if Ben Johnson takes the Bears job? Yes, I do. I know what I see. I know what I see with Caleb Williams. And look, people probably forget this. Like Jared Goff had success in the NFL before. He had success in the NFL. It was inside there. Caleb Williams does not, has not, and will not have success in the NFL. You cannot win with him. He doesn't command a huddle. Look at the way Jaden Daniels runs his huddle, and look at the way Caleb Williams runs his huddle. You don't even have to know anything about the quarterback spot. No, but Spenny, you know what? And I was sad that I haven't been in there as of late. The Pop-Tart Bowl is the greatest bowl in the history of bowls. The trophy's elite. The trophy is a working toaster that Pop-Tarts pop out of. When you push the button, they toast the Pop-Tarts pop out of there. Yes, the mascots are edible Pop-Tarts. Edible Pop-Tarts. Like you can walk up to them and take a piece off of them and eat them. And yes, that giant toaster that they have, that at the end of the game, the winning team standing down there at the bottom of the toaster, they lower the mascot into there and they toast the actual edible part of the mascot, and it comes out and the winning team eats it. It's an electric bowl game.
It's really weird.
If I were not going to go to the playoff, that would be the bowl that I want to go to.
It is electric, but the fact that Cam Ward sat the entire second half after playing the first half was just utterly stupid. Just don't play in the bowl game. I understand you wanted to set the FBS passing record, but I don't know. I thought it was dumb.
No, you guys wanted this expanded playoff. You guys wanted 12 teams when only there's really 4 that can win. This is what everybody wanted, and this is a byproduct of it. And young Justin, look, I'm not directing this at you, even though I probably am. These are the consequences of your actions. When this is what you guys wanted, this is the other side of that coin. Your expanded playoff that everybody loves so much, this is what you get, Justin. You get Michigan, Ohio State truly not meaning anything. Truly not meaning anything because it didn't. Because Ohio State won their playoff game. They're looking to go to the semifinals now. Like, that's the way that this works now. Yep. And you get guys that want to come in, set the all-time passing record, and then sit out the second half of a game that they already played in. And to be honest with you, if I were Cam Ward, what business did he have being out there in the field in the first place?
Yeah.
For real. Like, other than that.
Some Pop-Tarts.
Well, I mean, that's fair.
He didn't get any. He
That's
didn't win
fair.
the game.
No, he got some Pop-Tarts, trust me. And it's a little goodie bag. You know they have Pop-Tarts in it. You don't get Pop-Tarts if you don't play.
Terry, can you use your connections to get me into the Pop-Tart Bowl next year?
Sure, pal.
Yes.
And, I am a controversial Pop-Tart eater. I like it without the frosting.
Oh, you sick. You sick son of a bitch.
That's crazy work, Terry.
That's crazy.
I know, but, that's why I'm me.
The best Pop-Tarts are the s'mores Pop-Tarts. Are the best ones. Or the brown sugar cinnamon.
That's good. Give me the brown sugar cinnamon or the blueberries with no frosting.
That's
no frosting is wild. That's serial killer shit.
Lightly toasted.
Terry, can I ask you a question?
I'm with Spenny.
Sure, go ahead.
there's no way that you can like that crusty ass corners of a blueberry Pop-Tart with no frosting on it.
I break off the corners.
All right.
Yeah, I do too.
You're right. But Neil, here's what I have. I have 2 hands. I can break them off or I can cut them off. So I don't like the crusty ass corners. You're right. That's bad.
But Terry, what about toaster pastries? I used to get toaster pastries.
Oh, toaster strudel?
No. Not toaster strudels. They're the off-brand Pop-Tarts.
I know what you're talking about.
Those hit too. They come in different feeling tinfoil. Like it felt like they were wrapped in actual tinfoil. But toaster pastries were pretty good too.
Now, Neil wouldn't identify this. I grew up a little bit poor. We got stuff. They weren't even Pop-Tarts. They were Pop-Tart-like.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It was like Acme fake
Yeah,
Pop-Tarts.
it's the toaster pastries. You get them from the dollar store.
I used to eat those, man.
All right, Terry, the people have questions for you. And quite frankly, I have questions for you. Red Wings fan club. Do you at least have milk with it, Terry? Tell me you have milk. Tell me you have something.
Yeah.
You can't just bite into the crust of one of those things.
Dry ass Pop-Tart.
They're dry, I'll admit, but I have water.
Oh, my
You don't put.
They're eating like a death row inmate.
I can only.
Why you living like this, Terry?
I can't drink milk with my Pop-Tarts. I can have milk and cookies.
Terry, you a Detroit legend. Why you living like this, bro?
I'm enjoying it.
You don't put butter on your Pop-Tarts? Nothing? Just
butter?
You can put butter on a Pop-Tart.
You don't put butter on Pop-Tarts.
I don't put butter on Pop-Tarts.
No, I'm telling you, try it. It's pretty good.
That seems a little extra. Woodward Sports chat thread, Larry Roberts, Justin or Spenny, any safe bets tonight for the Lions game? No, Larry, there are no safe bets for this. You have one team that's checked out. You have one team that the result doesn't really matter. There are no, quote, safe bets for that.
You'll have to tune in 5 to 7 Woodward Heavyweights. You want my safe bets? Shout out.
There you go. Corey Patterson, Neil is speechless. I am speechless. That is serial killer shit.
Water
to say
and
that.
unfrosted Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like death row inmate stuff.
Also, I will be writing Spenny's bets.
Shout out.
So,
Rando Smalls in the super chat. Pop-Tart next level toast, then butter, and sprinkle cinnamon sugar.
That's
trying to tell you. Trying to tell you.
Pop-Tarts
Cody
are
Eagle, butter on the Pop-Tart is
man.
goated. I'm telling y'all.
Woodward Sports chat thread, Mike G. Hey, Stick, Black Santa is 33% off at CVS right now. Buy one.
Okay, and we got ours for free. I got to get it back to Honey Bun, or else she's gonna be mad about.
Yeah,
Black
has he been
Santa
here all
not being
weekend?
Huh?
Has he been here all weekend?
No, I just brought him today.
Okay.
He came to visit you last week and you weren't here.
Yeah, that's true.
Gallivanting all over the world.
We're gonna get to it. Yeah, we are coming up in about 14 minutes. We're gonna get to the Black Santa recap. T. Foss is gonna bring us up to speed on Black Santa's happenings over the holiday season. It's really gonna be a heartwarming tale, right, Terry?
Of course. That's the way it's gonna be.
Right.
Black Santa though has a real rough life. First of all, I want to give this man his respect. First of all, Black Santa takes his life into his hands every Christmas holiday. Because if you see a black dude in a white neighborhood at 2:00 in the morning coming down in the chimney, guess what? He gets shot by the police. If you see a black dude coming down your chimney in the black neighborhood, he gets shot by the homeowner. So he in a tough situation, man.
We'll discuss coming up in about 15 minutes. Good segue to KDK Law, right, Spenny?
Yeah, KDK Law. Tell us about that, Neil.
All right, KDK Law, Kevin and Catherine, they're in Birmingham. And look, if you're going through divorce, child custody, child visitation, all that nasty stuff that keeps you up at night, remember, KDK Law has 24/7 availability. Remember, scan the QR code on your screen because you need excellence on your side. Scan the QR code on the screen, mention Woodward Sports, and KDK Law will pay your filing fee. But guys, this is not about getting a filing fee paid for. This is about getting excellence on your side. They have over 10 years experience in the game. They've seen it all. It's KDK Law. They're local right there in Birmingham. Get excellence on your side. KDK Law, the only choice.
Feldman Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer, is kicking off the game with the best prices on all cars, trucks, and SUVs, like this 2024 Silverado for just $296 a month, or this 2025 Equinox for as low as $371 a month. Our locations in Novi, Highland, New Hudson, Livonia, and Lansing means we have the perfect Chevy right in your backyard. Get the home team advantage every day at Feldman Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer.
Can't get enough Lions coverage? Make sure you catch all Woodward sports shows every game day. Wake up with Woodward and Maine, giving you the latest insight into the Lions locker room and press conferences. Then join the Lions pregame show, highlighting key matchups, injuries, and what to watch for during the game. Follow all the ups and downs of the live game action with our Woodward Watch Party live on YouTube and WoodwardSports.com. After the game, check out the instant fan and host reactions with the Lions postgame show. Every game, it's wall-to-wall, kneecap-biting, high-fiving, chest-pumping Lions coverage.
Hell yeah!
Only at Detroit's #1 sports network, Woodward Sports.
Woodward Sports, let's go.
Are you overdue for a new car? Beat the holiday rush and get an amazing deal from Les Stanford Chevrolet. Right now, the Blazer EV2LT with all-wheel drive is only $149 per month, or check out the Equinox EVLT for only $169 per month. Get to Les Stanford today or click the QR code on the screen and check out their massive inventory. Don't forget, Les Stanford has Cadillac, Buick, and GMC as well. Les Stanford in Dearborn and Ferndale. LesStanford.com.
All right, keeping it pushing here. Big D Energy, Woodward Sports Network. Neil Rule down here in Arkansas. Terry Foster back in the Birmingham Woodward Sports compound alongside Spencer Raxter. KG in the building, young Justin, all of you in the Woodward Sports chat thread. Subscribe to the Woodward Sports YouTube channel, like over 75,000 of you have done already. And get your thoughts out there. You want to skip the chat line? Go with the super chat option. As those pop up, we'll read those. But we monitor the chat all show long. We're the most interactive sports show in Detroit. You guys are the reason we're here. So, we treat it as such. We don't just take you for granted here at Woodward Sports. So we appreciate you guys. You guys are the reason we're successful, and we're thankful for it. In the chat, jump into there. Lots of talk about Pop-Tarts. Tabitha Gable, brown sugar, cinnamon, yes, those are good. Cherry, those are okay. Chocolate fudge, getting a little aggressive. Strawberry milkshake, that's a little extra. Birthday cake, Tabitha, are not good. We tried those, remember, Spenny?
Yeah, they're not good.
Did you see the sidelines of the Pop-Tart bowl? They had the sprinkles from the birthday cake Pop-Tarts kind of painted on the sideline.
Yeah, it's an elite bowl, and that's how we got. That's how we got on it. Double G21, top 5 Pop-Tarts.
Ooh.
D-Mac would be on board.
Should we do it,
Spenny?
Spenny?
Oh, yeah.
I'm with that.
Sure.
I think it's timely, right?
Yeah, for sure. D-Mac would be on board for sure.
First one in the new year?
Wednesday, top 5 Pop-Tarts.
That is should we do something special because it's the first day of the new year? Or second day of the new year? Well, we're off Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
We're off
that's
Wednesday.
New Year's
You're
Eve.
right.
Thursday, we could do
tomorrow,
top 5 Thursday.
We could. Tomorrow we could do top 5 years.
Top 5 years. All right.
Let's do it that way. You want to do one Tuesday, one Thursday?
Top 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah, because I'm real curious about the Pop-Tart. Since my Pop-Tart selection is trash, I want to hear what the real people like in Pop-Tarts.
All right, Thursday we'll do top 5 Pop.
We didn't get Pop-Tarts. We got Post Toasties.
Yeah,
Post Toasties.
Yes.
Neil would know about that.
David Witt in the chat. Lions can beat the 49ers with the backups. No, I agree with you guys. I agree with that. But yeah, we are out New Year's Day. We have a best of show New Year's Day. But yeah, so tomorrow, top 5 years. Top 5 Tuesday instead of Wednesday. Top 5 years. So that's it. We'll do that, and then Thursday we'll do top 5 Pop-Tarts in honor of the Pop-Tart Bowl. So, all right, little production on the fly there. That is good. Terry, we got a couple minutes here. Can we touch on the Tigers real quick?
Please.
No Alex Bregman.
Correct.
Right? The word on the street is they are not comfortable with the number that Alex Bregman wants. Mm-hmm. Terry, you're still a man of the streets. You're still as connected as anybody in Detroit sports media. You don't have to name names, obviously. What are you hearing? Is that true from what you've heard? Because I got problems, man.
Here's what's happening with Alex Bregman. He is still a possibility. His demands are lowering because teams aren't going to pay him what he wants. He wanted $200 million. He's not going to get that. He's not going to get 185. So what's happening now is as his price comes down, at some point it might reach the level that Chris Ilitch is willing to spend. If it doesn't go down that low, then Alex Bregman is not coming here. If he does come here, it's going to be, whoa, he signed for that? I'm surprised. So if he comes down to what the Tigers are willing to pay him, which is not much in the grand scheme of things, then he could come here. Only because his cachet is diminishing, and he might be able, the Tigers might be able to fit him in. They don't want to spend money. That's the bottom line. They don't want to spend a lot of money. And I was told by some of my peoples in the Tigers that the worst thing that happened to people like you, Neil, was the Tigers making the playoffs. Because now Chris Ilitch can say, hey, I told you my way would work. We don't have to spend all this money and all these people, and we don't have to give 4 or 5 year contracts. And what the Tigers are doing, they're floating out that they don't want to have another Miggy situation at the end of his career. They don't want to have another Ibanez situation. That's what they're floating out there.
Hey, Terry.
Javi Baez. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you good. Just to add context to what Terry is saying, he turned down an offer from the Astros that was $156 million over 6 years.
Okay.
Yeah, because he wants the number to start with a 2. Like that was kind of my understanding of everything that was going on. He wants the number to start with a 2. Woodward Sports chat thread, jump in to there and get your thoughts out there. New money in the chat. How are the Vikings number 1? Because they have more wins for the moment right now than the Lions do. So that's, by the technical law of the standings, they have assumed the number one spot. But after they get cooked on Sunday night,
for a few hours.
Yeah. And after they get cooked on Sunday night, they'll be in the rightful place. Daryl, thanks for the shout out earlier. I'm white, so it's Daryl, not Darrell. LOL. So
that's fair.
That's fair. Hey, my bad.
No, it would be Dariel.
Dariel, yeah.
Is that Dariel?
Gromit 0237. Cobb and Torres don't inspire me. And Gromit, thank you. Because this is where we are right now. This is what they have. And I know that we said we'd wait until it was all said and done. But the longer this goes on, we are going to come off of a playoff appearance where we won a round in the playoffs. And we're a Game 5 away from going to the AL Championship Series. And we're going to chase that with Gleyber Torres and Alex Cobb. That's what we're going to do. And guys, you know what? We could have signed 2 Juan Sotos, and we'd still be an MLB average payroll. Let that sink in for a second. And Terry, if this is what it is, if I get handed Alex Cobb and Gleyber Torres, Terry, then that's it. For me, that's it. That could break me. Because the thing that helped me through all of this was in the past that the Tigers would occasionally dip their toe in these waters. And look, I'm not saying that you got to go be the Dodgers and owe $1 billion of deferred money. I'm not saying that. That for an owner, yeah, that's irresponsible. Okay, it is. It works, and you win championships with it, but it is kind of irresponsible. But for us that have been poverty for a decade, to come off with the first morsel of success we've had, and you chase that with Gleyber Torres and Alex Cobb, that's not acceptable.
That doesn't
to me,
work.
Terry.
But here's the tricky part. Bregman turned down $156 million. The Tigers got to figure out a way to sign him for less than $156 million. But Bregman, to save faith, has to figure out a way to get more than $156 million from the Tigers or whomever. So that is a tricky situation. That seems to be the Mendoza line. So Tigers want below, Bregman wants above. What are we going to do?
Woodward Sports Chat Thread, Super Chat, Eric Wall. Speaking of baby Chris, he wouldn't pay 2 coaches. Hey, what are you going to do when Chris Fetter wants a bunch of money? Spenny.
Yeah.
Spenny. What are you going to do when Chris Fetter wants a bunch of money and he says no?
Little Chris knocking over them garbage cans.
Fucking end my suffering.
About Kurt Cobain. Nah, Neil, you already know how I feel about this, but if they were to get Bregman, does that make this offseason tolerable?
Yes, makes it a success.
It makes it tolerable. It showed me that you tried to some degree. I guess in the end it would be a success, right? Because it addresses a need, so we're not like guessing who's playing third base and stuff like that. So in that respect, it'd make it a success, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm not saying he had to be Lil Wayne with a Winn-Dixie bag in the strip club. Like I'm not saying that. I am saying though that they need to address shit and figure out how do we get one game better, i.e. Game 5. And I will say this, a quote-unquote full success would have been Tarek Skubal locked up as well.
Yeah.
That would have been a success to me. Because through all this, Tarek Skubal's the keys to the car. We're not going anywhere without him. And the longer that he hangs out there, the more the price goes up. And my point is, and look, I know who his agent is, so maybe there's not like a pre-signing discount that can be had. I don't know. But through all that, if your point is, if you're counting pennies over Alex Bregman, and literally, Terry, if we're talking turned down 154, he wanted 200, 10 or $20 million is pennies in this discussion.
Especially where your payroll is now.
Yeah,
but bro,
right. Pennies is where you are.
Right,
if you're counting pennies about this, then what are we doing about Tarek Skubal? You know what I'm saying? And I'm right to be concerned about that.
I'm thinking you need to trade Tarek Skubal.
Well,
because they're not going to pay him, and then when he becomes a free agent, he's going to leave.
I think if they get the Bregman deal done, that's a good indicator because they have the same agent, Alex Bregman and Tarek Skubal. Scott Boras is both of their agents, so that leads me to believe if they can get a deal done with Bregman, then you can absolutely get a deal done for Skubal.
Well, not necessarily. I'll tell you why. Bregman's price is coming down.
True.
Skubal's is going up.
I agree with that.
So, if you get the Yankees and the Dodgers and the Red Sox involved in it, Tigers are not – I'm not saying they can't compete. They will refuse to compete to keep Tarek Skubal. Tarek Skubal should have been a no-brainer. Should have been signed, should have been locked up, and then you add on to that. The Tigers are not interested in being a championship team, and that's sad because this town supports that franchise so much. Tigers don't.
That is crushing.
The Tigers don't have to be good for y'all to show up. If they're all right to above average, you show up. If you have Bregman and you have Skubal locked up, bring in somebody else. Hey, people gonna show up. Chris Ilitch will make his money. Mm-hmm. I don't get why they don't understand that.
Terry, you know what? And I'll put my hand up in the air and say, you know what? You're right. Because I'm watching no matter what, Terry. We've been through this before. And that was part of my frustration in how they're handling this. It tells you all you need to know. If you're keeping Baez on the roster, you're not a serious organization. And here I go getting worked up about it already before it's even time to get worked up about it. And we're in the throes of a Lions chase right now. I understand that, but I want to take a couple minutes and address it because we're kind of midstream right now. So I'm getting pissed off about it, Terry. And Baez is still here, and I don't know why I'm surprised. But, Terry, in the end, you are right. I'm going to watch either way. They got me. Little Chris knows that. Yeah, they got me. It's summertime, man. It's my thing that gets me through the summer.
Are you going to games?
On the game, I turn on the game every single night. I turn on the game, Terry. And I'm always going to turn it on. So, I guess I'm just half.
Neil, are you going out there and spending $14 for a beer?
If I go to a game, I will. I don't get to a lot of them during the summer, but I will. Yeah, 100% I will. What am I going to do, Terry? Not have a summer shandy? Sit in the park?
No,
the shandies be
how many
popping in
games
summer.
you going to go to? Are you going to go to 6 or are you going to go to 30?
No, I'll end up going to probably about 3 or 4 tops. But that's just my schedule, though. I'm not every person, you know.
And
I
you're
would go to
busy,
more
man.
if I could.
Yeah, you're
I
busy,
would go to
man.
more.
I understand it, but I'm saying that the regular Joe Schmo out there, if the Tigers are serious about it, they go to more games. The Tigers, if they're serious about this and want to compete for a championship, they can get 3 million people to go out there. Instead, they'll get 1.8 or 1.9 million and just kind of fart around and you know.
And they'll get their TV revenue share, and everything will be cool. Everything
Right.
will be cool. I know it. No, you're right. All right, we got to take the break. We got the Black Santa update coming. In the super chat, by the way, shout out Jason Kenyon. Neil, take an Uber to Twin Peaks Sports Pub if you have time in Fayetteville. Great food, great drinks, TVs everywhere. The rest you'll thank me for. Well, Jason, we got a game tonight, then we're chartering home. So this would have been great information yesterday for you to share with me yesterday, Jason.
Dude, we
But
got Twin Peaks here.
Yeah, there's Twin Peaks all over the
Yeah.
place.
Now, Twin Peaks has some really hot women,
They call it scenic views, Terry.
except the one downriver.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what happened.
Damn.
Oh, you know what happened.
Right.
I don't
There's a
know what
lot of
happened, though,
cousins
but
down
man,
there.
There's something in the water downriver.
No, that's
they
a fact.
they hit down there, bro. You go to one Livonia, Troy.
The one in Troy is nice.
Oh yeah, they got some serious women in there. You go down river, you go
Jesus. Woo! Jesus, man. Hey, Spenny, let the fans watch.
The live watch party, post-game show, always at Hayes Social every single week. It'll be Juices and KG on the watch party this week. And then, of course, you got Stick and Anson on the post-game show as always, live at Hayes Social. Presented by New Holland Brewing Company, Sabbath Coffee Roasters, Soroki's Crispy Chicken and Pizza, and 1800 Tequila. Make sure you check it out. Woodward Sports is doing Lions coverage better than anybody in the state. And let me tell you about Jars Cannabis. All right, Woodward sports fans, whether you're hitting the game or just chilling, Jars Cannabis has you covered. Jars is home to Michigan's largest lineup of recreational cannabis products. They've got 27 locations across the state, repping Michigan in a big way. 9 locations are right in Metro Detroit, so there's one nearby. And if you're in Grand Rapids, Madison Heights, or Milan, get ready. New stores are coming your way soon. Jars Cannabis, they should be your first choice in cannabis.
How do people feel about getting a Planet Fitness membership for $15 a month? How do they like working out in the clean and spacious gym that's filled with equipment for every workout? And how about free fitness training in the judgment-free zone that leaves them feeling energized all day long? Join Planet Fitness today with the free PF app online or in club and start getting that big fitness energy for $15 a month.
No one gives away more cash and prizes than Woodward Sports. You don't believe us? Here's our latest $10,000 winner.
You know, you guys posted, hey, if you guess all this stuff right, you know, we'll give it's $10,000. I'm like, okay, well, why the hell not?
And the winning doesn't stop there. How about our Outkick Your Coverage winner?
Let's give it up for David Tully, everybody. David Tully. This guy's got a hot girl.
Bigger prizes, bigger giveaways, cash, merch, tickets, and more. All from the biggest sports network in Detroit. No one does it bigger and better than Woodward Sports. Make sure you're following, liking, subscribing on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for your chances to share in the winning. From Detroit's #1 sports network, Woodward Sports.
Soroki's Crispy Chicken and Pizza. They've got signature wings, 7 different flavors for you to choose from. All of them are delicious. My personal favorite is the spicy garlic, but you can try them all and choose for yourself. Perfect for a football Sunday. Grab some Soroki's Pizza and get some wings as well. Soroki's Crispy Chicken and Pizza. To find one near you, go to Sorokis.com.
All right, keeping it pushing. Big D Energy, Woodward Sports Network, Neil Rule, Terry Foster, T-Foss in the compound in Birmingham. I'm in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Golden Grizzlies and Arkansas Razorbacks tonight on ESPN2. Running next to the Lions and 49ers on Monday Night Football. I'll have the radio call of that game. Spencer Raxter, KG, Young Justin, all of you. Let's clean up some of the stuff here in the chat real quick. Thomas Perry, did Spenny ever do the dog beer every inning? We got to work. We got to get that set up.
No, I
chat,
did not.
Chat, keep us accountable. We have to make this happen.
Yep.
We will get that done.
The 999 challenge.
999 challenge. Spenny's game. He says that he wants to do it. Mike. I'll go to 2 or 3 games tops. Have a few beers. I'll go on Polish American night to hang with Ken Cal. All right, that's fair.
Shout out.
Shout out. Just a fan. Neil, be honest. You turn on the game for background noise. You do not sit down and watch every Tiger game on TV. To some degree, just a fan, I do. To some degree, I do. Soccer night in Detroit. Even when you're calling DCFC games, I see you have the eyes on the Tigers. I can prove this. I do. It's on. Like, I'm always keeping track of what's going on. It's like a sick addiction, I guess. But yeah. All right, Terry, the holiday season. We're right here in the midst of it right now. We were not able to get the schedules to match up to do a Black Santa preview. However, Terry, it is December 30th. Can you give us a Black Santa recap, or is that something that's still in process?
No, Neil. We can still do the preview. Gifts hasn't been given out yet. That's why I said it's perfect for him to come out now. Black Santa is starting to. You'll get it by the New Year's. Definitely by January 15th. But it's not all his fault. Do you know, Neil? I know you do a lot of research. Did you know that there was a Tipperillos shortage?
I did not know that, Terry.
Okay. There was a Tipperillos shortage, so Black Santa couldn't pass out the cigars to everybody.
Okay, how did that impact Black Santa?
Because Black Santa was giving out Tipperillos this year, and he was not able to fulfill everything. Do you know that there was also a scratch-off shortage? That's not his fault. So he couldn't give it out on Christmas evening. So, boom, you'll be getting yours soon. And in fact, if you want, when you come back from Arkansas, we could take a little trip to the Amazon warehouse in Highland Park. There's a little sack for you. Unless you're on the naughty list, it's a little sack for you with your name on it.
Okay.
We can hook you up.
Woodward Sports chat thread. Tom, the racial tension on this show is incredible. There's no racial tension on this show. Like, I don't get where that's coming from.
Unless you're talking about sexy tension.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're doing that.
Woodward Sports chat thread. Mike O. Black Santa's home base is River Rouge. Can you confirm that?
That is not true. It's Highland Park. Highland Park has got a nice facilities. Highland Park is on the way back after Chrysler left. So that's where his base is.
People want to know in the chat, Terry, what should they leave out for Black Santa?
Let me see. Obviously not Pop-Tarts with no icing on it.
No,
but
that'd be crazy.
I think nice cognac and cookies would be great.
Cognac and cookies.
And not the cheap stuff either. Man, show the man some respect.
KG, any thoughts here?
Nah, I think Terry's on point. I'm being educated just like you. So.
Okay. Jason Kenny in the super chat. Neil, if I knew you were in Fayetteville, I would have said something. Fayetteville's one of the best. KC and Des Moines are close seconds, although they were only in the South. So I'm not familiar with what they are, but I would have liked to have been educated. RJ Graham wants to know, Terry, any truth to the rumor Black Santa's car broke down on 12 Mile?
That is true. But, we're
lots of talk, too. David Witt, I know I'm behind on the stream, but butter on Pop-Tarts, W2TF, KG.
You said what?
Butter on Pop-Tarts.
Butter on Pop-Tarts, WTF, KG.
Nah, it was a lot of love for the butter on the Pop-Tart, man. Go back and check. I'm telling y'all, a little melted butter on there ain't never hurt nobody.
All right, let's do this. We're going to take the last break. If you have questions for Terry about Black Santa, I always hesitate to do this. I always like to make it the last segment, so at any point we could bail if we need to. Yeah, but we're going to try it, Terry. Is that fair?
It's fair.
Okay. We'll go to the break. If you have questions for Black Santa, you put them in the chat, and Terry will do his best to get you answers.
Black Santa. He here.
That is a very majestic Black Santa.
I told you he's.
But you thought he looked like a scrub?
No, he's a nobleman, man. What do you think? He's gonna have holes in his jacket and stuff? Black Santa's good, man.
No, just for the record, before I go to the break, we're not doing this. We're not going to ask, quote, what are the names of Black Santa's ho-ho-hos? We're not doing that, okay?
I'm out
Guys,
to the chat.
Keep it together. Keep it together. Let me tell you about Planet Fitness, everybody. Planet Fitness, over 2,600 locations worldwide. You get access to them all with the Planet Fitness Black Card. It's one of the best values in American consumerism. $24.99 per month. That's it. That's all. You get access to the over 50 Metro Detroit Planet Fitness locations. All the amenities, the hydro massage chairs, the tanning beds, all of it. You go in there, you get your work. They got clean facilities. You can take a shower and be on your way. It is that quick, everybody. It's the new year. I'm telling you guys, jump in there. If you're serious about it, I joined Planet Fitness 3 years ago. It was one of the better moves that I made in my life. I'll never not be a member at Planet Fitness, everybody. Never. I don't care what I did. Why? I know people that are paying $80, $90 a month for a gym membership. Why? Why are you going to pay more money? The weights weigh the same at Planet Fitness. Don't pay more money to lift the same weights. It's Planet Fitness. Go to planetfitness.com or just pull in the parking lot on your way home from work today. If you're serious about that resolution, it's a new year. Planet Fitness can be a new you.
Stop searching for a vehicle and start finding one. Les Stanford Chevrolet Cadillac makes it easy. We harness the power of multiple dealerships and own the biggest selection of GM brands in the area to get you the car you need. With the Les Stanford Group, you'll have access to 4 different dealerships, providing you with more makes, more models, and more choices. We're connected to more than 1,000 vehicles. And with so many high-quality CPO vehicles available, you'll find new car quality at pre-owned prices. You can start and end your search at lesstanford.com today.
Can't get enough Lions coverage? Make sure you catch all Woodward sports shows every game day. Wake up with Woodward and Maine, giving you the latest insight into the Lions locker room and press conferences. Then join the Lions pregame show, highlighting key matchups, injuries, and what to watch for during the game. Follow all the ups and downs of the live game action with our Woodward Watch Party live on YouTube and woodwardsports.com. After the game, check out the instant fan and host reactions with the Lions postgame show. Every game, it's wall-to-wall, kneecap-biting, high-fiving, chest-pumping Lions coverage.
Hell yeah!
Only at Detroit's #1 sports network, Woodward Sports.
Woodward Sports, let's go.
And Neil, what about Dr. Pierce?
Hey, Dr. Pierce, everybody, our injury insider. Whenever there's breaking sports news, sports injury news, we go to Dr. Pierce every Tuesday. He's on with us on Big D Energy every Thursday. Ermanni and Edwards, his appearances powered by the Michigan Sports and Spine Center and MRI of Southfield. And if you're a weekend warrior, you can scan the QR code on the screen. Get with Dr. Pierce. You got that nagging soreness, he can help you get it squared away. He got Spenny and I squared away. He can do the same thing for you. And oh, by the way, he saved Darren McCarty's career. So that's the track record, everyone. Dr. Pierce, our injury insider. Scan the QR code today. Final segment of the show, Ask Terry your Black Santa questions. My name is Neil Rule. That is Terry Foster. And all of you in the Woodward Sports
By the way,
chat.
I will, I'm not afraid. I will tell you the ho-ho-hos that Santa has. They are LaRonda, Sharonda, and Taronda. Those are his ho-ho-hos. And Black Santa actually left my gift. It's a great one. Black Santa is giving me a trip to New Orleans for the Super Bowl. Like
there you have it.
And I'm wondering, are the Lions going to be there? There's only 2 catches, though. I have to stay at the Hood Rat Inn in New Orleans. And I'm flying down, not even on Spirit, but on the Soul plane.
Okay. Woodward Sports chat thread. GW the Kid. I'm headed to Levi Stadium with my girl from LA. My first Lions game, wearing my favorite faded Lions logo hoodie. 1F and pride. All damn great. Have a good time, GW the Kid. Make sure that they get that win.
Yeah, my sister's gonna be there.
Craig. Who is?
My sister and her boyfriend are going to be there because they live in
very
Sacramento,
cool.
and he's a lifelong 49ers fan. So
All right.
they were at the Kings game when Jaden Ivey hit the buzzer beater. So she's talking shit to him about that, and now they're going to the Lions game.
All right.
Detroit dominates NorCal. I love it. Craig, guess Neil's Hotel. I'm going Best Western. No, we're always Team Marriott all the time. That's the way.
It does look like the
that's the way
Best
that we
Western,
work.
though. Those curtains. The Marriott usually has better curtains than that.
Well, the room's facing the sun.
Oh,
so
you got the things going on.
If I open the curtain, it would on camera it would be dark. So
You know what
that's
I'm
what I
curious
have
about?
to do.
How are the honeys down at the University of Arkansas?
The
the
they're
ladies.
away right now on break.
Oh,
So I
okay.
would not be able to report that to you.
Man.
Alan W. Question. I'm not even kidding. Black Santa was at the Pistons game when we played the Jazz. They interviewed him on the broadcast. My good buddy
That is
Johnny
true.
Kane actually interviewed Black Santa.
He did.
We lost. Is Black Santa bad luck for our sports teams, Terry?
Of course not. He's at a lot of games that you don't know about. So maybe Johnny Kane is the jinx for interviewing Black Santa at that game. He's at other games.
Correct.
Don't put that on Black Santa. Plus, the Pistons are a junk team anyway, so they're going to lose a bunch of games, even though they're playing better now. I knew that would get Kate.
Yeah, I don't like no piston slander in here.
Let me see. You guys are already out of pocket with these questions. Terry, we're not going to talk about how, quote, Black Santa's license plate is affixed to the car, if it's zip tied, or no, we're not even doing that one.
Zip ties work though, don't they?
They do.
Okay. Brian Meadows, does the blue cookie tin full of sewing supplies but never cookies come from Black Santa as a gift for grandmas?
Yes.
I
And
had
in
that at my
fact,
house.
the little thimble, is, it's not shaped like your thumb. It's like a little circle thing. Yeah, we've got those. They've delivered those.
I got that at my house.
Yeah, you got to get your pocket sewed up.
Just like the multiple butter containers in the fridge. None of them have butter in it.
Yes. My neighbor does that, and she's white.
Yeah.
Woodward Sports chat thread. Mike G. This should be good. Terry, why does Black Santa ride a bike around Midtown? Can't he just take an Uber?
Well, he could, but you got to support the because they got the little
The rocket bikes or whatever they're called.
Yeah, but there's what's the name of the people that ride their bikes every night down in Midtown?
Yeah.
He's just trying to support that. He's a community guy. He's trying to help the community, man. Neil, we should do that.
I'm down. Whatever you
Okay.
want to do. Will there be some bourbon involved?
That'd be good content. We should do a Woodward Sports pedal bar.
No,
and,
that'd be
and
dope.
film the
That'd be dope as fuck.
Nah, Black Santa don't do bourbon. He's a cognac guy.
Cavassier guy.
Mm-hmm.
One last one before we get out of here. Terry, have you invited Black Santa to the Pepsi porch to hang out with the Downriver ladies?
That's without question. We'll be there this some games.
What does Black Santa do in the off season?
He gets your gifts ready.
Okay.
He's a hardworking guy. Hangs out at the club. Black Santa's a little
Which
upset.
club?
You know what he can't get into? They won't let him to the speakeasies that they have downtown Detroit.
Why not?
I don't know. He can't get in. 'Cause
Antonio
it's been-
Moya in the chat.
Detroit's been gentrified,
That's a fact.
so
That's
they won't
true.
let Black Santa in.
It's all Justin's
Antonio
people down there.
Moya. I need 11 points to win it all for my fantasy championship. Gibbs is my last player. Do I got this? Yes, you
Oh,
do.
yeah, of course. You might get
Yes,
that in
you
the
do.
first half.
I saw that on the graphic last night for Sunday Night Football. Gibbs is fantasy football's highest scoring Lion.
Yeah.
So you should be good. All right, I will be back in studio tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Yeah, that will do it. So tonight, Monday Night
Beautiful.
Football, ESPN, Lions 49ers. Don't forget about the watch party. So for Terry Foster, for KG, Young Justin, and of course Spencer Raxter, my name's Neil Rule. Thanks for tapping in. Big D Energy, Woodward Sports Network. Well, see you later.
Yep.
It's 2 p.m. Detroit, and you know what that means. Detroit media icon Ryan Ermanni, University of Michigan great Braylon Edwards, and of course, Maz are about to take over on Woodward Sports. Every day, 2 to 4 p.m., it's the best Detroit sports talk on Detroit's best sports network, Woodward Sports.
And welcome to Ermanni and Edwards right here on the Woodward Sports Network. My name is Stick, filling in for Braylon. I think they'll be back in the new year. Now, no confirmation on that, but I think they'll be back in the new year. That is Anson Wells to my left. Not only will you hear from us today from 2 to 4, we're going to be doing the post-game show tonight live from Hayes Social, 21 Mile in Hayes in Shelby Township. And the gentlemen that will be doing the watch party tonight are here in the sound booth and the TD booth. We have Justin in the sound booth, and we have KG in the TD booth doing his thing over there. KG picking up skills, being
KG,
multifaceted.
He is. He's very talented. They both are. But KG, listen, I was thinking about you over this weekend, and I don't want this to throw you off from the watch party tonight, but I brought you something here, and it is a fake LeBron James card, just like your fake GOAT.
Jesus.
That's for you, pal.
You let the hate
It's
out your
pretty,
heart,
but
bro.
it's
He's
fake.
40 today.
It's
Let the hate out
counterfeit.
your heart,
it's
man.
It's not real. It ain't the GOAT.
Hey, 4
but it's for
championships
you.
looks real to me. So.
Yeah, how many losses? 6?
Hey, it don't matter. Four chips. So
In honor
you go
of
out there and get
LeBron's
4
birthday,
championships.
I will flop.
I thought it was.
No, that's good. That's good. That's a good one.
I thought this was a Lions show.
Thanks for all you've done for the game.
Oh, it's his birthday today, too?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect, man. Nothing like a fake GOAT card of the non-GOAT.
Fake
There we go. Happy birthday, baby.
Nothing like talking ish on someone's birthday.
That's right.
Whatever, I'll talk. Doesn't matter about LeBron James. Anyways, we got more important fish to fry. It's weird because I should feel like we should be talking about the Vikings all damn show today because this is pretty much a week lead up to the game that really matters. But there's a Monday Night Football game tonight against the team that knocked the Lions out of the NFC Championship last year, in the same place that it all went down last year. And we got to talk about that because not only is this game right in front of the Lions, it's important, but it's not important in a lot of ways. And I said it last week. I was a little disappointed with how this season's played out for the 49ers because I wanted the Lions to have to go to San Francisco and beat the big dog. Not go up against a team that's battled and bruised, even though we're battled and bruised as well. They've given up on the season. Like Dan Campbell did not let his men fall to the fate that Kyle Shanahan allowed his guys to fall to because of injuries. I don't know anymore how to feel about this game. I already wasn't as excited as I needed to be going into it. And now that the Vikings won yesterday, Packers couldn't get it done as predicted because they're fraudulent. I just don't I'm interested because it's the Lions playing football. But can we get to next Sunday already?
Well, I got to say, Lions fans have drawn my ire a little bit this week for 2 reasons. But before I get to them, I need to re-emphasize how massive next week is for you. So I do understand why you want to skip past this game because you and some others here at Woodward dismissed the Minnesota Vikings.
I still dismiss the Vikings.
In the preseason.
I still dismiss them.
Early. But don't forget, you have a $350 bet on the line for a game that you were pretty positive wouldn't matter. And most of the people at the network were pretty positive it wouldn't matter. To the point now that it matters so much that everyone wants to skip past the 49ers. Listen, Lions fans. If any of you guys think you're on the same frequency as this regime, as Dan Campbell, I got to say that most of you are not. Because the whole of the Lions team wants revenge tonight. This game has been circled for almost a year. And I know there's talk about resting, and there's all of this, let's focus on the Vikings. This game doesn't mean anything. Cap! All right? These guys are dialed in. They are focused, and they want revenge. It doesn't matter what the 49ers record is. The Lions are going to handle business tonight. And one thing they're not talking about in Allen Park, or certainly in the Bay Area where they are right now, is the Minnesota Vikings. They are focused on the 49ers and the 49ers only.
I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown's quote about rooting for the Packers would kind of disagree with that statement. So, they're paying attention to what's going
around. Sure, you can root for them, but they're not sitting there looking at next week. They
should be, because that's the only game that matters. If they come out today and do nothing, guess what? It means nothing. Today literally means nothing.
So
you can gain nothing out of this game.
Losing in San Francisco means nothing to the psyche of this team and fan base?
Not if you go in Week 18 and clinch the number 1 seed and have your bye week, does it? I think that's this game is on the schedule. But because we already know the outcome of what they did, now if roles were reversed and we were playing Sunday Night Football against the 49ers and they were playing the next day, it was, we didn't know what happened with Green Bay and Minnesota. But now that we know, we know. And I can't go back. The genie's out of the bottle on that for me. And I can't go back to, oh, man, sweaty palms for this game. Now it's all right, the Lions can lose this game. They can, and it won't matter.
I'm so annoyed at people talking about ties with Minnesota.
Well, that's the only thing that matters in this game, right? If the Lions lose this game, then a tie with Minnesota means they win the division.
Minnesota does.
Yes,
Correct.
Minnesota wins
Correct.
the division. So I guess there is...
What is it, 29 or 26 ties in the last 40 years?
I mean, but it does happen, and
Sure.
I guess if you want to try to eliminate every possibility besides beating them, then you got to win today. And listen, I want the Lions to win. I want them to go in there and curb stomp these guys. I want them to take retribution. But I also want them to stay healthy. I also want them to be rested. I also want them to understand, just because this was my enemy last year, it's no longer the target. San Francisco's no longer the target that it was even at the beginning of the season. And yeah, you could say that I've slept on the Vikings. I don't think I've slept on the Vikings. I think the Vikings...
They have 2 losses.
Yeah.
They're pretty good.
They're not bad. they're not bad, but do they scare me in any capacity?
They don't.
Are they to the level of a Bills team? Are they to the level of having an MVP caliber quarterback Baltimore
let me
does?
stop you there.
No.
Let me pause you right there, because I was thinking about it, and realistically, nobody's talking about Sam Darnold. Now, the guy doesn't run or look as magical as Lamar or as good as, Josh Allen. And realistically, his statistics are a step below Jared Goff. I'm kind of looking at both their coach and Sam Darnold as they have to be in the conversation for Coach of the Year and for MVP, because you look at a team that had given away their best quarterback, their franchise quarterback for the last decade almost. They've got a hand-picked first-round rookie who's supposed to take over, who all of a sudden he's gone, and now this guy's got to step up, who's never really had any success at the NFL level. And this team, they've only got 2 losses. Now, do I think they're as good as the Lions? I certainly do not.
Right.
I'm not worried about Week 18. But I do think that the Vikings have been largely disrespected by the whole of the NFL as well as Lions fans, because they really handled business against the Packers. I know we could talk about that field goal at the end of the first half that they probably shouldn't have been able to get after a non-existent offsides, but hey, Those guys are coming in here focused. I know that Lions fans want to look at the Vikings game, and it's great to talk about, but I really think that we are glancing too quickly over this matchup that 53 guys want to pound this defeat into the 49ers' mind. And as we talked about on Friday, an era-ending victory.
Yeah.
I feel the era's already over there. I don't think there's any. You're going through a town that's already been pillaged with the 49ers, right? Like, what are you gonna do? Burn down more houses?
Yes.
Like, no.
You damn right. Burn it to the ground.
Kick over what's standing, and I hate it too because, like I said, I really want this retribution. I wanted this to be a big game. I was talking about how disappointed I was last week. Now I'm even more disappointed because now it means absolutely not. Like, there is literally nothing the Lions can gain out of this game, and that's what I don't like. And I'm not scared. I'm not playing
what about
scared.
What they could
don't
lose?
worry. What?
What about what they could lose?
They could lose players.
Well, listen,
and that's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to lose a player to a bum-ass team that the outcome doesn't even matter.
Okay.
And that's why. It's a risk that you don't need to take against these guys.
Let's assume
so start
health.
Christian Mahogany, right?
Yeah.
Start Dan Skipper. Do those types of things. I'm not saying shut the whole program down, but let's also play with some caution.
So let's assume health coming out of this game. I'm looking at Twitter today, and I see our boy Easy's like, I saw this list, and it ruined my Christmas. I think they had the Lions at 4 in the whole NFL. Like, why is this?
Well, they had the Packers above them.
Why is this stuff bothering us? So the same Lion fans that say that this game doesn't matter are the same Lions fans that have their Christmas ruined because they're not ranked. Their team's not ranked number 1. So, again, health assumed. If the Lions go out there, as some fans would, suggest, kind of taking this game lightly, and they lose, what that does to the fan base, the national media, and then I don't think it would really hurt the Lions. Their psyche seems as strong as I've ever seen any Lions team. But, man, the loss tonight, a close game loss tonight, I mean, I don't even want to have to deal with what we deal with tomorrow on the show.
I think it's already forgotten tomorrow. I think, honestly, if they lose tonight, and I can't believe we keep talking about like they are going to lose. But
they're not.
They're not. I don't think they're going to lose by any stretch of the imagination. But if they do tonight, I think the focus is on Minnesota tomorrow because we're already focused on Minnesota today.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's why it's just so weird to me. Like, the Lions have a game on the schedule. The Lions have the most wins they've ever had in a regular season. The Lions could get 14 wins tonight. And I'm not jacked for this game like I should be.
So if the Packers did get the win last night, what do you think that would impact for the Lions lineup tonight?
Oh my God, if the Packers got the win last night, tonight would be, all right, boys, let's make sure we go in there and really level this. Like, now you go in and pillage everything, right? You flatten the whole organization. Yeah, because that win secures you the number 1 seed.
So you're saying don't rest the starters if they win the number 1 seed. Is that what you're saying?
No, if the Packers won last night, you play this game 100% of the way because then the Vikings game is meaningless.
I guess.
Like,
KG, you don't seem on board with that one. Let me hear you.
Nah, I'm just the Lions aren't in a position to waste any games right now. So I get it. The 49ers, they're not the same team that we thought they would be, but you still got the same coach over there. You still got the same quarterback. They still got Deebo Samuel. They still got George Kittle. A lot of those defensive starters were there last year. So this game means something to the Lions, man. I just can't buy into that. Now, are they consumed by the revenge narrative? No. But they're going to go in there. They're not thinking about Minnesota right now. They're thinking about the 49ers, and they're going to go in there and go get back for what the fuck happened last year. Because I don't blame the 49ers.
Fox too.
Yeah, sorry. But no, I don't blame the 49ers for what happened to the Lions last year. That was all the Lions. The Lions let that game down. The Lions lost in San Francisco. So they want to go right their wrongs, and they're going to do that tonight.
I get it, but it's like going after the bully that beat you up in 7th grade when you're now in 9th grade.
It don't matter.
Like, it's good. You got your retribution. You finally beat him up. But that bully is not today's bully. That was last year's bully. Today's bully stands in front of us at week 18, and that's who we got to go punch in the nose. That's my vibe to this game, right? Like, yes, I got
to be honest with you, man. 30 years later, Eric Essenberg, you still on my list.
What did Eric Essenberg do to you?
It's up for life.
You want me to go in there?
Swirly? He gave you the swirly?
You brought it up.
He stuffed you in the locker?
Oh, man. So freshman year, you know how you come in a couple weeks early for practice and stuff?
Yeah.
And, like, I went to a private school. We had 2 girls in my graduating class, so I'm excited. I'm like, man, look at all these women. And this beautiful blonde girl's talking to me, and this dude comes over and just cusses me out. I'm like, what did I do, man? He's like, you're cross country, B.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, I didn't know that cross country was a B thing. I mean, I lettered in it. I was freshman of the year in our conference. But I may or may not have gotten busted rolling certain things with him in the parking lot my senior year. And
now we get into
his advice for what I was supposed to say when we went to the office, I went the opposite way. And guess who got to stay in school? A multi-suspended dude, and guess who got expelled?
Wow.
Damn. What's he doing nowadays? Do we know where he is at?
I saw him in the alcohol aisle at Meyer with his
You ain't square up with him?
I'm really putting him out there right now.
Hopefully he got some 1800
You done dropped the government name and everything.
No, but I'll tell you what. The girl I was with versus the girl he was with, he was watching her, and then he realized who I was. The look on his face was enough.
So who got the girl that night, though, when he came up and started cussing you?
Oh, I mean, in high school, bro, at that time, I was like 5'5", maybe 110 pounds. I wasn't doing that great. I was a late bloomer.
If you bump into him at Birmingham Roast tomorrow, are you squaring up with him?
No.
Can I swing on him for you?
Oh, yeah. Certainly, my man. Certainly, my man. I hope he brought his Depends.
But yeah, yesterday's bully is not today's bully.
Right.
But apparently, hey, maybe Dan Campbell and the Lions are a lot like Anson. What was his name? Dan whatever?
I'm not saying his name again, bro, because I know there's some people from school
some people hold on to it a little bit longer.
Hey, you shouldn't have been picking on me.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I mean, damn.
Oh yeah.
There's the difference in mentality, right? Well, you want the 49ers because of that. Because of what they did last year.
Karma doesn't come on your time.
Look at what the Lions did in Dallas. Why was Chris Christie, a politician, getting involved in that game talking about our head coach? It's because we went in there and we didn't just get up and hold the lead. We embarrassed them. We left a Honolulu blue taste in their mouth for the rest of the year and going forward. I'm telling you, this team loves revenge, and they are bringing it tonight to the Bay Area.
Theo in the Woodward Sports chat, you look like you've bulked up to about 115 pounds now.
Hey, it's a little more like 150, baby.
Oh, look at that. All the Lady Jane's girls going wild right now. We got to take a break. What do we got, KG?
We are going to 1800 Tequila. That's my man Justin over there.
Hey,
Big Justin.
That's what Anson's boy was picking up in the liquor aisle at Meyer.
And it is the premier brand of tequila, so make sure you pick up 1800 Tequila, the official tequila of Woodward Sports, Lions watch parties, and post-game show. Join 1800 Tequila and Woodward Sports at every Lions game, live at Hayden Social in Shelby Township, and celebrate the win with smooth 1800 Tequila, proud sponsor of your Detroit Lions. 1800 Tequila, the best taste in tequila. Drink responsibly.
How do people feel about getting a Planet Fitness membership for $15 a month? How do they like working out in a clean and spacious gym that's filled with equipment for every workout? And how about free fitness training in the judgment-free zone that leaves them feeling energized all day long? Join Planet Fitness today with the free PF app, online or in club, and start getting that big fitness energy for $15 a month.
No one gives away more cash and prizes than Woodward Sports. You don't believe us? Here's our latest $10,000 winner.
You know, you guys posted, hey, if you guess all this stuff right, we'll give it's $10,000. I'm like, okay, well, why the hell not?
And the winning doesn't stop there. How about our Outkick Your Coverage winner?
Let's give it up for David Tully, everybody. David Tully. This guy's got a hot girl.
Bigger prizes, bigger giveaways, cash, merch, tickets, and more. All from the biggest sports network in Detroit. No one does it bigger and better than Woodward Sports. Make sure you're following, liking, subscribing on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for your chances to share in the winning. From Detroit's #1 sports network, Woodward Sports.
Mark White, dreaming of a new home, but feeling the financial pinch? Mark White and Associates, your trusted real estate experts, are here to help. Mark White and his team will pay up to $5,000 of your closing costs. That's right. I said $5,000. Call Mark White and Associates today at 248-290-8242 or visit them at markwhitesells.com. Again, call Mark White today at 248-290-8242 to make your dreams come true.
Okay.
All right. There we are. All right. Welcome back to the Ermanni and Edwards show with Maz. They're off. I have no idea where the hell everybody is.
Maz in New York.
Maz is in New York. Braylon, he's MIA. I texted him the other day. I haven't heard from Braylon. I don't know where Braylon is. If you see Braylon out, let us know. And Ermanni was celebrating his beautiful wife's birthday yesterday.
Hey, shout out Armani.
You know,
shout out to Mrs. Armani.
Speaking of Maz, he was at the Giants game, and Drew Lock cost the Empire State Mr. Shadir Sanders with that win.
That may be a blessing in disguise.
Could be.
I'm not convinced Sanders is going to be an NFL caliber quarterback. But.
I think he's an NFL caliber quarterback. I think the problem is much like Spencer Rattler went to college as basically a millionaire already, he got leveled at college, and he, you know, his skills were able to get him into the NFL, but I think it was his mentality and being humbled that allowed him to assimilate into an NFL team. Shadur's been sheltered by his father Dion at every level of college, and he's never had to answer to being a man. So unless Jerry Jones can figure out a way to get that pick and bring them both to Dallas, Shadur's going to have a very serious wake-up call as a man.
Yeah, I'm not challenging his manhood. I'm just talking about what I see on the field with him. I mean, he just hasn't progressed over the couple years he's been in the NCAA. He's still making bad decisions in the pocket. He's still trying to extend plays he shouldn't. Trying to use his athleticism to overcome a lot of his inadequacies, and that shows up in the NFL, and it shows up real fast in the NFL. But either way, if I'm New York, and I have to take someone from Colorado, I'm taking Travis Hunter.
That's such a nice pick. I hope that whoever takes him lets him play both ways. I have missed that. I haven't seen that since like the 80s.
Well, Charles Woodson, a little bit.
Yeah, but I'm talking outside of special teams. I mean, like, I guess it was Dion, really. Dion was the last one.
Shadur will be very good.
You think, huh?
Oh, yeah. I'd put some change on that.
I'll bet you on that.
All right, what counts as him panning out in the NFL?
Better than Caleb.
Well, what's our measurement on that though? I mean, because some people would argue Caleb Williams has had a good year this year because of some of the metrics compared to other rookie quarterbacks. But the eyeball test tells you that. Are you talking
about his rookie year or his career? Because I'm talking about his career.
How about first 4 years? Because I don't want us to be 40 years old being like, remember?
Pro Bowl in his first 4 years.
Pro Bowl first 4 years? Done.
I'll be betting. Lunch. Pro Bowl in 4 years.
So let me ask you, how were you on Catfish Caleb coming out? Were you a big fan as well?
No, not really. I think that Shadur is a smarter scrambler than Caleb Williams is. I don't think he allows himself to do those second and third twists back that Caleb does. He gets rid of the ball a little bit.
BYU had their way with him.
They did have their way with him, but they also had some opt-outs. But he makes plays. That's clean cut. He makes plays.
Yeah, Johnny Manziel made plays too.
Catfish would be.
He was undersized.
Catfish would help him himself out so much more if he actually ran the ball about 40 yards a game. There's just some times where you either got to throw it out of bounds if you can't run, and if you're as athletic as he is, you've got to make the defense think that you might do that. The few games I've seen him actually run and get about 40 yards, he opens everything up for him. He just tries to do too much. He might grow out of that, but I saw a stat yesterday. He has the worst rookie season for a quarterback basically in the last this century.
Well, that's the Bears for you.
We knew
Bears
that.
Bear.
Who do you believe in this draft class before we move on to the Lions? I'm just curious.
As far as quarterbacks?
Yeah.
No one?
No one?
I don't think this is a strong quarterback class at all.
You're not a Cam guy, huh?
No, and especially not after what he did this weekend. I don't want that guy on my squad.
Yeah, playing in the first half just to set a record, just for your team to lose in the second half
to watch your team lose by a
you.
point in the second half, be able to sit there.
No, that's soft as baby shit.
It just shows you. That just shows you the competitive nature of them isn't there. And I get it. It's a business decision, and I don't have to make those business decisions. I don't have tens of millions of dollars waiting in front of me, so I can understand that side of the argument. But if you went into the Lions locker room and you talked to Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes about when they're drafting people and what they look for, do you think any of those guys could be held out of a football game that their team was trailing by 1?
No.
And that's exactly it. It's the psychology of it. Now, maybe he falls in the right position, gets a team that can get that rah-rah underneath him, but that's the same thing I saw in Caleb Williams. Like, this guy's not a leader of men.
100%.
And when you do that, it sends a wrong message to a lot of people. They may not say it publicly. I can, because that's what I'm supposed to do, is talk publicly about those things. But I know behind closed doors, it's like, man, this guy let his team suffer, lose by a point after he set his little record, and then he was just like, nah, I'm out.
Well, shout out to the Colorado program. They took out insurance policies on both Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders to play that game. Why don't you do the same for Cam and let him play a full game? I'm on board with you, though. Listen, I will pay to play, and I am certainly always going to compete.
And that's another reason why I'm so much higher on Shedeur Sanders, because I've seen him take the beatings. I've seen him sit there hurt when his own offensive line has been awful in the past, and just continue to try to make plays and just feed Travis Hunter, which he might not have that luxury. He's not going to have that luxury in the NFL. He probably will not have a elite wide receiver like Travis Hunter right out of the gate, but he has the ability to just grit it out and grind it out.
I know, but he's had to do that in Colorado. Imagine when he plays against real ballers. I mean, let's be honest. Colorado's schedule was not tip-top. He wasn't going up against the best competition. And we'll see. Time will tell. We got 4 years till the Pro Bowl, and me and Justin sit down for a nice lunch.
This close from throwing to Malik Neighbors, Shedeur Sanders was.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Who's got the number 1 now?
Pats.
Yep.
Pats?
They're going to take
Patriots.
Travis Hunter.
Yep.
And that's a good fit for the Travis Hunters of the world. I mean, the Patriots are the one organization that I think would use somebody both ways. What up, KG?
Hey, real quick, we got a couple super chats in here. Shout out to Funny Boy Roddy, $4.99. I thought KD was a New York Jets fan. Now he is a Detroit Lions fan.
Hey.
Laughing emojis. He's just a bandwagon fan, just like like most Lions fans. And we also have Dante151, $1.99 super chat.
I love how you read the one that's trashing you.
What, me?
Yeah.
He said KD, not KG.
Oh, I thought he said KG.
No,
Okay.
come on. I don't get hate on this network, okay? I'm one of the most beloved people at this network.
Like,
anyway.
KG's diving in.
You're right. No, Dante151, shout out to you. $1.99 super chat. With Sanders, I would sit him so he doesn't get killed.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out what happens to Sanders. He's going to go to a team. He's going to get playing time right away. Usually that's not a recipe for success. I mean, look at Trevor Lawrence. When he was playing college football, that was Jesus, right? That was the next coming, the best prospect that there could ever be.
Who's that?
Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, gets in the NFL.
Never understood that either.
Gets in the NFL. It's a little bit different ball game, especially when you're on a team that's not that good. So we'll see what happens to Sanders.
I got a quick scenario.
We're spending a lot of time talking about Colorado football right now.
Real quick scenario here, though. This is NFL football. With New England having the number 1 pick and Drake May in uniform, they most likely trade that pick and trade down a little bit. Is that where you see Jerry Jones making the moves to go get his guy Shedeur and then to bring in Prime as the
I mean, Jerry Jones is drunk. Who knows what he's going to do?
I think that happens.
Who knows what Jerry Jones is?
I think that if New York ends up with that pick, you see Shedeur in New York, and I think now that it is in the hands of the Patriots, I think we will see a Cowboys-New England trade and Shedeur, the Sanders boys, both in Dallas.
That works. He's your typical Dallas Cowboy, all flash, no substance.
NFL would love that.
Yeah. Did you see what Micah Parsons said, by the way, about the score? Like the game was close if you didn't look at the scoreboard. It's like, no, bro. Like the scoreboard matters. I think they lost like 33-7. Let's take a break. We'll be right back talking more Lions football tonight. And you guys in the chat, let us know. Do you want us talking Lions 49ers or you want us talking Lions Vikings? Because we're kind of in this weird spot right now where the 49ers game does not matter. KG, where are we going?
Tell the good people about Planet Fitness, please.
Oh, Planet Fitness. No matter what you're doing, they got 50 Metro Detroit locations, so there's one near you. You walk in, you get your black card. Next thing you know, you're getting the massage. You're in the chairs just laying there. The tanning is free, so you can not look like a ghost in the middle of winter like Flannel Sam did this morning on Wake Up Woodward. Go get a tan, go get your workout, and get that massage at Planet Fitness.
Walk into any Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men today. Open 7 days a week. Sit back, relax, and enjoy precision haircut, scalp massage, hot leather neck shave, and hot towel treatment from one of our talented stylists. Step up your game this season and take advantage of our $20 haircut special. Scan the QR code and get your coupon today. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, the ultimate haircut experience. Open 7 days a week. Walk-ins always welcome. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome.
The holidays are here. Don't know where to get your friends and family? Head to woodwardsports.com and click on Shop. Get the latest in Detroit sports apparel and exclusive Woodward sports gear. Woodwardsports.com can get the whole team outfitted for the Lions Super Bowl run. Love the Pistons, Red Wings, and Tigers? We got something for you, too. So make sure it's a happy holiday for you or the sports lover in your life. Shop online at woodwardsports.com. Big injuries, big news. Twice a week, Dr. Jeff Pierce from Michigan Sports and Spine joins Woodward Sports Network for the Injury Insider Report. Big D Energy Tuesdays at noon, and Ermanni and Edwards with Maz Thursdays at 3:30. Get expert analysis and in-depth breakdowns on the latest sports injuries from the man trusted by top athletes in the community, like D-Mac. Whether it's the Lions, Pistons, Tigers, or Red Wings, Dr. Pierce talks us through it all. Don't miss the Injury Insider Report with Dr. Jeff Pierce, your go-to source for understanding the impact of injuries on the games and players we love. Only on Woodward Sports Network. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to MichiganSportsandSpine.com to see if Dr. Jeff Pierce can help you.
Hey, we get it. Getting your hair cut, it's a chore a lot of the times. But not when you come and get it from Lady Jane's. Listen, you're going to sit back. You're going to get that haircut as well as the scalp massage, the hot leather neck treatment. The talented stylists at Lady Jane's, they got you, all right? Come on in. No call necessary. You just walk right in 7 days a week. They're all over Metro Detroit. Take the chore out of it because Lady Jane's, it's wicked awesome.
Welcome back to Ermanni and Edwards. Whitmaz right here on the Woodward Sports Network. My name is Stick, filling in for Braylon Edwards. That is Anson Wells, filling in for Ryan Ermanni. Nobody's filling in for Maz today. It's just a big empty chair.
Show the chair.
So sad. So sad. But we have Justin. We got KG in here. Nobody with the super chat right now. Random, but our authentic Lions fans gatekeeping fandom. Yeah, I've been accused of it, and I'm okay with it. I suffered. That's my excuse. If you're jumping on now and they were 0-16 and you never watched and you can't name players from 5 years ago, I'm not going to take you seriously when you tell me you're upset that they lost. It can't hurt. You weren't there.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, at the same point, we all want to get to a point where we're so good that the entire city, the entire state is behind a team. But you hear some really bad takes. You hear some mostly ignorant opinions because they're based on a year or two of watching this team. So it's kind of hard to handle sometimes. Like for me right now, I know everybody wants to talk Minnesota, but I tell you right now, I know that Amon-Ra might have been watching that game last night and pulling for the Packers, but they're not talking Vikings in the locker room right now.
I don't know. It's had to have been addressed.
I know.
It has to have been addressed. Like, listen, guys, we got one more hill we got to climb. And now we got a little anthill in front of us in the 49ers. Like,
I don't believe
that's what
that.
makes it. I know, but human nature, right? Like, it's human nature to, hey, this game doesn't matter. Why would we go all out? And I get it to stay hot, to stay on point. But to me, it's like, you can rest everybody this game, get geared up for next week, win that game. Then you get a full week of more rest, 2 weeks off essentially. So you could literally have 3 weeks off of the next 4 if you take this game lightly. Because it really doesn't matter. If you win this game and lose next week, who cares about the 49ers game?
KG, what time do the inactives come out? Around 4 o'clock?
4 o'clock.
Okay, so I think we'll get a glimpse of what Dan has in his mind for this game tonight. If we see the whole offensive line active, or the backup offensive line activated, if we see a bunch of deep guys activated.
You see Goff deactivated.
Right. I don't think we'll see that. But listen, I'm gonna put my mark on it, man. I really think that Dan Campbell and the rest of the 53, they aren't taking this game lightly. They aren't looking forward to next week. They're going to handle business, and it's not just a normal game. This is the team that ended their season last year.
So if this wasn't that team, how would you be taking this game? Like if this was the Tennessee Titans, would you care?
Well, of course I'm going to care, but no, it's a good question because you don't care as much.
Right.
You don't want the retribution. There is no retribution.
Right. It would just be like,
and obviously, it's a team that isn't as good. I think you'd have to take a little bit of a more scary team for me. But listen, the 49ers, although they are a little beat up, they still have weapons. Purdy has had some really big games over the last month, and their defense makes plays. Nick Bosa's going to be out there. You know, Fred Warner's going to be out there. There's a lot of playmakers on this squad, both on offense and defense. And if the Lions players took in the mentality of the Lions fans, they could get beat in the Bay Area tonight.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. And here we go. Jay Washington in the Woodward Sports chat. Winning always matters. What is Stick talking about?
Agreed.
No, it doesn't.
I agree.
What? Okay, if they win tonight, does it matter for Sunday?
Yes.
It does?
Yes, because just as
and then if they lose Sunday, if they lose Sunday and they win tonight,
it does matter because just as you said, you pointed out human nature, all right?
Mm-hmm.
And human nature is based on momentum and confidence. And if you go into this game and because you sat some guys, you end up losing it, even though statistically, in terms of the standings and how you have to win out, it doesn't matter. That is not an emotional, psychological blow that the coaching staff is willing to let their players shoulder. Even though we've seen that this team is resilient and they come back even more focused after a loss, this is a game that if the Lions lost, it wouldn't be a good thing psychologically. I just don't think so.
Arf in the chat. When did Stick get scared? Way off brand for him.
Hey, I love that.
Dude,
Right?
But wait, do I sound scared?
A little bit.
Am I like,
you don't sound like the Stick I've heard all season.
No.
I'm going to be honest.
No, that's real.
Because this is a situation we haven't been in all season.
KG, are we wrong right now?
No, I don't think so.
Have we been in a situation like this all season?
Justin, is he
No,
scared?
we haven't. But
Exactly. So, yeah, it's different because the situations, like this is where people don't have critical thinking and can't think outside the box. This game means nothing. And I have to
I
accept
can't say that, man.
It does, man.
Yeah, because if you lose
As of
this game
last
and then
night-
you lose next week, then you look like a complete fucking idiot rest of your starters in week 17.
two?
So, my bad.
He's got a
But
real issue in
once
that booth over there,
Yeah.
doesn't he?
Yeah, but once again, it's
Sorry,
just
Fox
like
two.
injuries can happen anywhere. I do get
I'm
the
not
injury
worried about
element.
injuries.
But
I'm just pointing out that you can try your hardest and it doesn't matter. You could go win by 80 and it doesn't matter if you lose week 18. And it's not being scared. That is the reality of what's going on with the Detroit Lions right now.
But why-
That is reality, guys.
Statistical reality, but listen, I got to side with Arf and KG here in the fact that this is a shift from 2024 Stick. 2024 Stick has been all in at stepping on throats. Every game matters. Let's get there.
Because every game did matter, and now this game doesn't. What part of that don't you guys understand? Please explain to me why this game matters
Because this
so
game
much.
isn't in a vacuum.
It's
you
not.
can say standings-wise it is in a vacuum, but there's 53 human beings that have to bear the loss or win out of this game. They are going to shoulder that emotionally and psychologically whether they win or not. A win, you're even more
Then
confident.
let's play
A
the
loss,
psychological
there might
game.
be some second guessing.
Has Dan Campbell lost back-to-back games
I already
in 2 years?
spoke about that.
No.
I just said
Okay.
3 minutes ago, this is a team that comes out even more focused after losses.
So maybe you want him to lose this game then.
Oh, man, who
Am I
are
wrong?
you today?
Am I wrong?
Who are you?
I'm just using logic.
KG, is he afraid? All right, excuse me. Justin, is he afraid?
Yeah, tell me, Justin. Am I afraid?
No, I don't think he's afraid.
Thank you.
I think that he is just living in the reality of this season so far. We've had very poor injury luck, and it is apparent. But I think that saying that this game doesn't matter
is
misleading. Like, two things can be true. In the grand scheme of the standings, it doesn't mean a thing. But to this team, to the team that blew an 18-point lead in San Francisco when they were quarter away from being in the Super Bowl, that matters to them. And they have proved that every single time they go out there, when they play the Dallases of the world, they go out there and they celebrate. They call trick plays. They embarrass you. And that's what I expect to happen today.
So do I. Listen, didn't I say I expect them to win this game? Did I ever waver that they're not going to win this game? But I just understand that this game no longer has the value and importance that it did when we thought at the beginning of the season.
But that mindset is the prescription for a loss, right? That's how you go in and lose these games, is when you say it doesn't matter.
But when the game actually doesn't matter, it's not a false mindset. Like if we were going in, if last night the Vikings went in with, hey, it doesn't matter, it's different because that game actually matters.
You're stepping in for Dan, all right?
Yep.
You're coach.
Yep.
Hey, guys. Let's hit the field. This one doesn't matter.
Or you look around the locker room. Hey, guys, I know because Minnesota won last night that this game is not our top priority. It's winning the division, getting the first round bye, which can only happen in Week 18. It cannot happen tonight.
When has Dan and the Lions ever looked past the week that they're playing?
Didn't I say that I understand Dan's not thinking the way I'm thinking? The locker room isn't thinking
just
the way
want to
I'm
verify.
thinking?
Just want to verify.
But that doesn't mean I can go like this and be like, wow, this game is very important because of the jerseys that they're wearing across from us. Like, I get it. You guys have angst over the loss last year. To me, last year's bully, not this year's bully. Go get vengeance for what? You win this game. What did it avenge? Honestly, what does it avenge this year if they win this game against San Francisco?
I think it does something to the morale of the guys in that locker room.
I agree.
But I just have some super chats to read off. We got a few in here. Randall Smalls, $10, shout out. As a OG in the chat, I have an old English D Hart and bleed Honolulu Blue. This team is like an elephant. We don't forget. We hanging 50 tonight.
Yes, sir.
Let's go down. Idris Singleton with $2. Shout out to you. Usually I agree with Stick, but this time I don't. And it has 2 likes on that. Dante 151.
Now you finally know what it's like to be me.
Right. Hey, shout out to Dante yet again, $4.99 super
shout
chat.
Out Dante.
Stick, the reason why this game is important because all caps, because when the last time the Lions went undefeated on the road, never in my lifetime, let's do it.
And that's fine. Like, but those things don't matter to me anymore. Like, I thought we were past that as Lions fans. Does not winning on the road or always winning on the road matter? No, winning the Super Bowl matters. That is the only goal. That is the only focus. You want to get sidetracked from your little get back from last year? Go ahead, by all means. I'm thinking about Super Bowl.
Okay, so
I'm thinking about this team moving forward, not about last year. That's in the rear view.
You're comfortable dumping one of your last 2 games before the playoffs?
I'm not comfortable. I don't want to do it, but I understand if I'm going to, the game I need to dump is the 49ers. Because guess what? If I beat the 49ers and lose to the Vikings, I don't get the bye. I'm not the number 1 seed. So, like, placing all this value on the 49ers tonight is just, it's a fool's errand to me. I don't understand.
I think you and some fans are on the wrong frequency from what this team is on. This is a 17-0 mindset Lions team. They are pissed about the 2 games they lost by less than a touchdown, and they are not taking this game lightly. We could be going into New York to play the lowly Giants, and they're going to take this game seriously, and then on Tuesday, they will turn their attention to the Vikings, and only
Which
on
I hope
Tuesday.
they do. And like I said, I don't anticipate them losing this game. But if they do, I'm not going to be like y'all and jumping off the Belle Isle Bridge. Like, oh my God, we couldn't get our get back from last year. How are we ever going to survive? To me, it's like, no, we on to the next one already. Like, look, this show we even had to discuss. Do we even talk about the 49ers? Because it doesn't matter. That's how little this game matters. And I know you want to make it a mountain.
No,
but it's a molehill.
I think that mentality does not match up with the team's mentality. And that, again, is where I've had an issue with this fan base. You were just talking about gatekeeping, and you're against fans that have been around that haven't been here for the last few years, or up until the last few years. That's their mentality. This game doesn't matter. What I have watched is a culture of losing my entire life.
Yeah.
So I am not embracing going in limp-wristed to this game tonight.
But what you're also trying to learn is how to be a winner, Anson. And you just said you've had losing your whole life. So evolving as a winner is understanding time and place, understanding macro.
Evolving as a winner is giving up a game.
Being a winner is embracing every single opportunity as a non-fail situation.
But what's the
I have
opportunity?
to step
What's
up.
the opportunity
I have to
tonight?
give my best, and that is exactly what this team and this coaching staff believes in and fully supports. Period.
Yeah.
Kathy!
Shout out Kathy.
Hey,
Kathy always breaks the
she's
tension.
great. She's great. 2 generations in the 26 and the 16. 2 guys that I think will have a huge game tonight. I know you asked the question a little bit ago. Who do you think goes off? I think the natural assumption is that it's going to be Jahmyr Gibbs. I will give you my answer, and I want to hear the rest from the chat when we come back from paying some bills.
Yeah, the chat, put your MVP for tonight's game. Who on the Lions is going to be your MVP? Or if you think they're going to lose, who on the San Francisco 49ers is going to be the MVP?
All right, real quick, super chat from Rando Smalls, $5. We want it all. There can only be one, with 6 likes on that. But can you tell us about Dr. Pierce, Justin?
Yes, I can. If you are looking for the best information on sports injuries, well, don't miss out on the expert sports injury insights with Dr. Jeff Pierce of Michigan Sports and Spine. Join Dr. Pierce every Tuesday during Big D Energy and every Thursday during Ermanni and Edwards, where he offers top-notch injury advice. Trust the guy that DMAC trusts.
Trust him.
Dr. Pierce is here to keep you in the game and performing at your best. For more information, visit MichiganSportsandSpine.com or call 248-426-9944.
Stop searching for a vehicle and start finding one. Les Stanford Chevrolet Cadillac makes it easy. We harness the power of multiple dealerships and own the biggest selection of GM brands in the area to get you the car you need. With the Les Stanford Group, you'll have access to 4 different dealerships, providing you with more makes, more models, and more choices. We're connected to more than 1,000 vehicles, and with so many high-quality CPO vehicles available, you'll find new car quality at pre-owned prices. You can start and end your search at lesstanford.com today.
Walk into any Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men today. Open 7 days a week. Sit back, relax, and enjoy precision haircut, scalp massage, hot leather neck shave, and hot towel treatment from one of our talented stylists. Step up your game this season and take advantage of our $20 haircut special. Scan the QR code and get your coupon today. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, the ultimate haircut experience. Open 7 days a week. Walk-ins always welcome. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome.
Love Woodward Sports? Love wearing clothes? Then you should be wearing Woodward Sports clothes. Check out our full line of merch at woodwardsports.com. Just click on shop. We have all your favorite designs, like Dan Campbell kneecaps, Woodward golf, and of course, our own logoed out merchandise. Men, women, infants, kids all love Woodward Sports. Impress your friends. Impress your boss. Impress your dog. Buy Woodward Sports merch today.
Hey, Soroki's Crispy Chicken and Pizza. Right now, they got those wings for you. You want that lemon pepper? It's so good. It's buttery. It's lemony. It's peppery.
Amazing.
And honestly, the other flavors are good, but I don't even try them when they drop them off at Hayes. I just go for the lemon pepper. You can too. Soroki's. They're popping up all over Metro Detroit for a limited time. Get those wangs.
Get those hot garlic wings.
Oh yeah, and biscuits. Welcome back to the Woodward Sports Network. My name is Stick, filling in for Ryan Ermanni. That is Anson Wells filling in for Braylon Edwards. We got young Justin in here, KG in the TD booth. I'm being accused of being scared by the chat just because I'm pointing out that there's no mathematical advantage to winning today.
Yeah, what happened to Stoke not scared, buddy?
What part
I'm not calling you scared. I just like them calling you scared.
I know, but I don't understand the scared ass. Am I like, oh my God, we can't lose. No, if we lose.
I gotta be honest with you. Coming in today, I would have completely thought you to be on the other side of this argument. Just personally, I would have thought.
Yeah, no, it's a different ball game now than it used to be. Like games are different. This game, like it went from being very important. Like I said, if the Packers won last night, oh my God, go in there and rip heads off everybody. So then you get to take Week 18 off. But it's just transposed. Like the Vikings are here. Like if the games were switched, either way, not scared of the 49ers, not scared at all. Just game doesn't matter anymore, and it's kind of taken the luster out of it for me. So I'm focused on the Vikings because that's the game that matters.
Well, there is a debate on whether we should be talking 49ers or Vikings right now, but we are going to do the same thing we did on Friday and leave the last segment up to one of you. So keep the super chats coming in. Whoever sends the most, you get to pick our final segment topic.
We asked you guys in the chat to let us know who your MVP of this game is. That's what we're going to do for this segment. Tim Patrick, MVP for tonight from Harold Wisley, says that. Waymo and Kirby, AC says that. Super Bowl Curb going to be the MVP tonight. Time to stand alone on the interception leaderboard. Love that from
been a while.
From CT Squid. Let's see. MVP will be J-Mo, 8 catches, $150, and 2 TDs.
You'd like that.
I would like. I mean, I think we'd all like that.
No
I need
doubt.
Goff, J-Mo, and Gibbs to go off tonight to win my fantasy league. KMG King with that one. So yeah, lots of Jared Goff will be the MVP from Fab 5 Bad Boys. KG, who you got?
I got my boy Waymo going for 1,000 tonight, man. I think he only needs 110 yards to finally hit that 1,000-yard mark. I think they know that. They want to get him the ball early and often because who is really going to cover J-Mo on the 49ers defense? They don't really have a lot of options. J-Mo for 115 yards and a tutty.
I mean, last time these two teams met up, J-Mo had 2 touchdowns. One on the reverse, the last-second touchdown. I mean, it still counts. It was the NFC Championship game, but he had his way with the San Francisco 49ers in that NFC Championship game. You see J-Mo doing it again?
I see him having a big game. I think, obviously, the 49ers, when J-Mo came into his own at the end of last season, he kind of came in underneath the radar. I don't think the 49ers were so much scheming for him as they were other players. That won't be the case tonight. They'll be worried about him, and they'll be focused on him. I love KG. I love your take on him being near 1,000 yards because if there's one thing we've seen this coaching staff do, it's get their guys to their markers. It's get their guys to their incentive points. That being said, I think the one guy that's been noticeably absent from this defense or offense this year that was a major part last year, to the tune of having maybe the greatest tight end rookie season ever, I think the Lions want to get Sam Laporta going. I'm calling for 2 touchdowns out of Big Sam today.
Out of Laporta? Yeah, that'd be good. Tonight's such a wild card game to me, honestly. Like, I know Dan Campbell's hitting you with the coach speak and what we're going to do, but you got to know if they're up maybe 2-3 scores going into the fourth quarter.
Year?
Huh?
You mean like last year?
Yeah, but I think it's different. But it's different this year. I mean, it's not to go to the Super Bowl. And that was the thing. Like a lot of people were talking even about next Sunday. It's the biggest game at Ford Field we've had in 30 years. No, it's not. You had playoff games at Ford Field last year. And if you lost, your season was over. Guess what happens? If you lose to the Vikings, you still go to the playoffs. So
as a 5 seed, but
yeah, it sucks. You don't want to do it, but your season's not over like a playoff game. So anybody who thinks it's the biggest game that's ever happened in Ford Field, to me, you're just wrong. Biggest regular season game, I'll give you that, because it is by far the biggest regular season game. But playoff games matter a lot more than any regular season game to me.
Mm-hmm. Who's your guy?
MVP tonight? It's just so tough. I mean, if we're going offensive side, you got to go Jared Goff. It's got to run through Jared Goff.
I like that.
Yeah, and he's the one that's got to be the facilitator.
Spreading it all over, 5 different players with touchdowns.
Whether it's Tim Patrick catching the ball, you get Vaki involved. You know, like you said, Laporta, he's kind of found his stride over the past 3 to 4 weeks. Yep. Obviously, J-Mo's a weapon. Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was playing with food illness last time they played. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Like He got over that, which was good. Yeah. So, I mean, like...
Khalif touchdown tonight?
Khalif, is he back?
He is.
He is officially back?
Yeah,
I know they activated him, but I didn't know if they put him on the roster, the official roster.
I think he will be back
He's
tonight.
been practicing.
We'll find out at 4 o'clock.
Hopefully.
Yeah, Khalif Raymond, an asset you haven't really used. Like,
now, see, to me, Khalif is a perfect example of a guy you should sit tonight, because even though he's healthy and he's been practicing, a hamstring is one of those speed guy
I know,
things.
it's just so funny. Me and you are seeing everything exact opposite tonight. Because to me, Khalif's the guy you want to practice today because you need him to get up to game speed for next week.
Right? I don't think that we need Khalif for tonight or for the Vikings, and I would love to see a fully
but he's a difference
healthy,
maker on special teams.
100% healthy guy that can maximize every ounce of his speed.
Germ, he's back.
Germ, I want back big time.
That's a big thing.
Huge.
Yeah. At 4 o'clock when we find out who's actually playing, it's going to be interesting. I'm so curious for tonight now, man. Like tonight, I went from I wanted this to be an exciting game to now I'm really excited to see how Dan Campbell plays it. I'm really excited to see how this team's mental fortitude is coming into this game. Are they in the mindset of you like, hey, last year? Or are they in the mindset of, all right, we got to get through this game. Don't necessarily have to win this game.
What evidence over the last, 4 years now, would suggest that Dan Gamble, Mr. Fourth Down himself, is going to pull punches tonight?
There isn't any, but also what sample size is there of them being in a meaningless game?
Meaningless.
There isn't any, right? So
statistic or standings wise, you're right.
Why it's so
curious. I get
that's why I'm so intrigued by it, because we haven't seen Dan Campbell ever step off the gas.
It's true,
but we haven't ever seen a situation where he can.
Yeah,
this is the first time where it's like you can do this if you want to do it,
and he won't.
And I'm with everything that he's saying. I don't know, man. I just think come second half, if they're up and it's looking dominant.
But that's the key. If they're up, if they get up 2 to 3 scores, I have no problem. Sit who you need to sit, whatever you got to do. But until that happens, they're going full speed ahead. Best believe that.
We might disagree on this, but I certainly agree with you in high level intrigue for what he does tonight.
Right. It's an interesting coaching thing tonight.
We learn a lesson about Dan that we've never been given the opportunity to, like you said.
And that's what I love about it, the psychological. We're going to learn about Dan Campbell, and we'll learn whether it's the right or wrong decision come playoff time. And this is where the playoffs are here. Every move starts getting under a microscope. Do you rest? Do you not rest? Are they going to be rusty if you do rest them? Are they going to get injured if you do play them? Like, these are all the things. In the moment, you don't know whether it's the right or wrong decision. You only know after the totality of the season's played.
Yeah.
So tonight is going to there will be a decision made. What will it be? I don't know. Everybody in the chat saying Dan Campbell spoke. He's going to throw everything at him. Yes, Dan Campbell did speak. He did say that, but that was also 48 hours ago. That was before we knew the outcome of the Minnesota Packers game. And I understand why you think that doesn't matter, but it does. If Green Bay handled business and all they had to do was beat 49ers, it's a no-brainer what they're going to do tonight. But it's different.
If I'm coach, my whole team's not even watching that game until we're studying the game in film session.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. Well, I mean, rest equals rust. Rise the Sales says that.
I agree.
Stick, who would you rest? Arf says that. Like I said, I would start Mahogany again, right? Because he did a good job.
Mm-hmm.
Get Rookie a couple extra snaps. Maybe rest Rag now. Start a different center, Sorzal or whoever they could throw in there. I would maybe keep Decker out of the game. So really my offensive line I'd be very careful with. I'm keeping Penei Sewell in the game just because he's kind of your guy, right?
Yep.
You need him to be that anchor no matter who's subbing in on your line. Jared Goff I'm playing until I don't need to anymore. Amon-Ra St. Brown, same type of style. J-Mo, same type of style. You know, I can rely on Tim Patrick, Khalif Raymond to run my offense through. So I'm not saying shut it all down. I'm just saying why not use this to your advantage and not stress these guys out when you don't have to.
Assuming a blowout, who's your quarterback coming in the fourth quarter?
Oh, it's got to be Teddy Bridgewater, right? He's got to get up to game speed.
Well, yeah, I think because he's not up to game speed, they'll probably go with Hooker in this particular instance.
Yeah, either way, I mean, the backup argument is the backup argument. I love that we're so rich as Lions fans.
I know, right?
That's something we've been passionate about this year. Well, what does that mean for Hendon Hooker? Who cares? I never want to see Hendon Hooker play football. I want to see Jared Goff. That's it. Period. End of story.
Talk.
So, yeah, Goff's got to be the MVP tonight, but as far as who I'd rest, that's it. That's what I'd do. Maybe I don't rest everybody to where they get 0 snaps, but maybe I'm cutting 25% of snaps for people. Maybe I'm just pulling back a little bit. I don't know.
I'd probably sit Panay the most.
Really?
Because he's the most important guy out there, man, aside from Jared Goff.
But he's also your anchor, right?
Your warrior.
Yeah, if you're subbing other people, he's going to be the guy that needs to be the leader on the field. Justin, who would be your MVP for tonight's game?
I think it's got to be Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay.
Because the fact that Dre Greenlaw is out, I think he is who kind of gets it all going in the middle for them in terms of stopping the run. And I think the lanes are going to be wide open for him to just run through. I think he's going to have a couple big runs, maybe 2 or 3 15-plus, 20-plus runs. I think he's going to get in the end zone. And besides from a Jared Goff, like, perfect game or esque as we've seen him do a couple times this season, I just think the offense is going to run through Jahmyr Gibbs. And even if they can't get the run game specifically going, they've shown an ability to get the screen passes and the slips out into the flats for Jahmyr Gibbs to be eating in that way. So I just think that it's going to be a monstrous Jahmyr Gibbs game.
I would agree, and I think that he's the most obvious choice. But I also think that he would be the first guy to sit because they cannot shoulder an injury
at the running
to
back
him
position
with Monty down. So if he does, he better do it in the first 35 minutes because if this game is not close, we're not going to see much of him in the second half.
And then my sleeper pick is Jamison Williams because I believe he's going to hit the 1,000-yard mark this game.
You doubling down what KG just said.
Hey, shout out you, KG.
Kevin Hill in the Woodward Sports Chat. Stick, you're wrong. Big game tonight. Must win. Think of the tie game scenario next week. Now who's scared?
Is this
who's scared?
Is
You're
this
worried
what
we're
it
gonna
feels
tie?
like to have the chat be on your side? Because it's pretty nice.
It is. but like, I'm not scared of a tie. Are you? So who's scared if you're afraid of tying? No, I'm saying you got to win that game no matter what.
Yeah.
So you could take your little tie scenario, which happens 0.000.3% of the
Less
time.
than one time a year over the last 40 years.
Yeah. So get that fear out of here. Who's scared now? It's you, Ken Hill, or whatever the hell your name is.
Kevin Hill.
Kevin Hill, whatever. I don't even know your name.
But can you tell us about the good people at KDK Law and
Listen, we're talking Kevin's. Are we talking Kevin's? Let me tell you about the Kevin. It's Kevin and Catherine at KDK Law right here in Birmingham. See that QR code above my head? Give it a scan because if you are dealing with divorce, child custody, visitation, or other family law issues, you've got to have this team having your back. You can also give them a call at 248-971-0476. Whether you call them or hit that QR code, make sure you mention Woodward Sports, and they'll take care of your filing fee. KDK Law, they got your back.
How do people feel about getting a Planet Fitness membership for $15 a month? How do they like working out in the clean and spacious gym that's filled with equipment for every workout? And how about free fitness training in the judgment-free zone that leaves them feeling energized all day long? Join Planet Fitness today with the free PF app online or in club and start getting that big fitness energy for $15 a month.
The bad boys from the NFL are here. Your 2024 Detroit Lions are the hardest hitting, highest flying, trickiest playing, grittiest team in the NFL.
A dominant team.
Get all your coverage of your favorite team right here in your favorite network. Woodward Sports. Can't get enough Lions coverage? Make sure you catch all Woodward Sports shows every game day. Wake up with Woodward and Main, giving you the latest insight into the Lions locker room and press conferences. Then join the Lions pregame show, highlighting key matchups, injuries, and what to watch for during the game. Follow all the ups and downs of the live game action with our Woodward Watch Party live on YouTube and WoodwardSports.com. After the game, check out the instant fan and host reactions with the Lions postgame show. Every game, it's wall to wall, kneecap-biting, high-fiving, chest-pumping Lions coverage.
Hell yeah!
Only at Detroit's #1 sports network, Woodward Sports.
Woodward Sports, let's go!
Listen, I know it's beautiful out today, but winter is coming. If you're overdue for a new car, you've got to take advantage of those amazing deals that are being offered by Les Stanford Chevrolet right now, like their Blazer EV2LT with all-wheel drive for only $149 a month, or upgrade to the Equinox EVLT for only $169 a month. Listen, they've got a huge inventory that also includes Cadillac, Buick, and GMC as well. Les Stanford in Dearborn and Ferndale, lesstanford.com.
Hey, welcome back to the Woodward Sports Network. It's Ermanni and Edwards with Maz Choff Beat behind us right now. We got Justin in the sound booth, KG in here. They're replaying the kick from last night to win the game. Did you see all the Atlanta Falcons fans celebrating like that kick went in? But it was
honest,
like 5 yards short.
I was bitter. I watched maybe the second half of Minnesota and Packers. Otherwise, it was an NFL-free weekend for me. I was pretty tuned into the NBA and pretty salty over my fantasy teams.
No, this game last night, it was a fun game to watch. Michael Penix had a decent game. Your boy Daniels, obviously they came back and won it. Yeah, he looked okay
Did
last night.
Did Penix get any touchdowns through the air?
He had one through the air.
Okay.
But yeah, last night our old kicker gets on the field, 56-yard field goal. He boots it from the camera angle that they were showing on TV. It looked like it was dead center. Even in my bed, I was watching. I was like, oh, man, Atlanta just beat Washington. But then you see it comes up about 5 yards short. But there's a video of a bunch of fans in Atlanta celebrating at a bar because on TV it looked dead center like it was going through the uprights. They're all celebrating. Then they turn and see, nope, it was about 5 yards
Kind of like
short.
when you and I thought Tucker's kick was short, but it hit the bar and went over.
No, it was very, very much similar. It was Patterson was the kicker last night, the guy we cut last year. And now you know why Dan Campbell didn't know he was going for the field goals. That guy wasn't even good from 56.
Big leg Bates, baby.
Which now 56 in the NFL just seems like it should be a gimme. Like, not a gimme or at least attainable, but he was he struck that ball as well as he could, and it could not get 56 yards.
There's a reason he's been on 3 teams in 2 years.
Yeah. So, Riley Patterson was our kicker. Yeah, but it was funny to watch, but I definitely thought that was going in. I thought Atlanta won, and the fans in Atlanta thought the same thing, and watching them realize their team lost was heartbreaking and funny at the same time. But, yeah, lots of talk about tonight's game. And the Vikings. I mean, I know you want to hang on to the 49ers talk. I think we've done that. I think we've covered it enough. I mean, the only thing I think we could talk about the 49ers is if they continue on this road, I mean, Shanahan's going to hit the bricks soon, right? Yeah. They had a window. It's closed. And there should be a cautionary tale to the Lions. It's never given. It's never going to be assumed the next year.
Well, and what I see in the difference on how the 49ers have been run and versus how the Lions have been run, the 49ers each year have been willing to trade draft picks and capital for 1-year players that were supposedly going to get them to the promised land. And we've seen Lions fans cry and moan and complain for the last 2 trade deadlines that the Lions didn't do more, that they didn't make a bigger splash. You are going to watch the 49ers fall off a cliff. And when we take them to Pound Town tonight,
Pound Town.
KG, you and I talked on Friday. This is an era-ending victory tonight. We are going to end this era for the 49ers. On the other side of that coin,
I feel like we're the dude walking in at the end of the fight, though, and just kicking them while they're down.
It don't matter.
The era's already over.
People did the same shit to us for years. My bad, Fox 2.
Sorry, Fox 2.
Good Lord, KG.
What is wrong with you over in that? You need to be on the left, I think.
Yeah, I'm off balance today, man.
Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Anson.
No, I kind of lost my space. Listen, I want to go there and remind this team who the owners are of the NFC, because even though they're not making the playoffs, they currently own the NFC, and they have for over 5 years now. The Lions are built differently. They are built like the Steelers have been built for the last 3 coaches, which is drafting and developing players and not giving up capital. This team that we have right now is basically in place through 2026.
Yep.
And you aren't going to see Brad and Dan give away stuff for one player like you have seen the 49ers do over and over. Hey, much like your fantasy team, much like your buddy DPO's fantasy team, you guys were in a position to win the last 2 years. You guys sold off great capital to try and do it this year. If it doesn't work, you find yourself in a really bad situation.
Well, I mean, can we revisit the Trey Lance trade? 3 first-round picks to move up to get that guy, only to ship him off.
That's right.
Like, it didn't end your run at that time because you still have residuals, and you were lucky to fall upon a Brock Purdy who was able to be a placeholder.
Very lucky.
But I think we've all seen that Brock Purdy is Mr. Irrelevant for a reason. He's not going to be that guy that leads you to the promised land. He needs everything around him to be perfect. And now you got a decision to make. Are you going to pay this guy $50 to $60 million a year? Or are you going to go try to find another guy like a Jimmy Garoppolo who got you to the same place as Brock Purdy? Like I said, this needs to be a cautionary tale, and I think Dan Campbell has all of that under control because of his post-game press conference last year. Like he said, it was hard to get there. It's going to be even harder to get back this year, and I think you're seeing it. I mean, you could have a 14-win team and still not be the number 1 seed in the NFC. It's going to be tough to get back. So, yeah, I don't ever want to see the Lions do what San Francisco did and mortgage their future for the now. It worked for the Rams, though. They gave up a bunch of first-round capital. They got their quarterback, and it worked for them. It has not worked for the 49ers, and I would rather the Lions stay on the path, be stingy with your picks, be tight with anything that you're trading. Don't just have to go make a splash to make a splash, even though I do appreciate them going to get Christian McCaffrey. That was a game changer for them, but his health just wasn't there, and I can't blame them for that. But that Trey Lance trade was the beginning of the end for the San Francisco 49ers.
To get draft picks from Brad, it's like peeling them out of a just crusted up, dead, frozen hand. The guy does not want to give up his picks, and it's so contrary to the way most GMs are building their teams right now. A cautionary tale, but it is a tale of something that's completely different from what the Lions have been doing for the 4 years that this regime has been here. That being said, I'm ready to talk about the Vikings.
Let's do it. Next Sunday night, because of the game that got flexed, your Detroit Lions are playing the Minnesota Fraud Vikings for the number 1 seed in the NFC. We got to watch them play last night. I didn't think it was too much of an impressive win last night.
First half was strong.
They were up 10-3 going into half.
They just controlled the half.
Yeah.
The way they looked in the fourth quarter is the reason they won't beat the Lions at Ford Field next week.
Better question. Did this say more about the Vikings or more about the Packers?
I thought to me, it was just it showed who both teams were.
Agreed.
Like, I didn't learn more about it. I guess maybe I did because I honestly thought they were evenly matched.
Yeah.
But you saw that the Vikings are a step above the Green Bay Packers.
To be honest with you, listen, they get an extra opportunity to miss field goal on a non-existent offsides.
Yeah.
So that 2 points, 3 points right there, they were,
But let's be honest. I mean, Green Bay came back in this game. They never had the ball with a chance to take the lead in the game. They're like, the Vikings controlled this game. And yeah, you can tit for tat on a couple calls here or there, which I know Green Bay Packers fans are coping today. I saw it all over my Twitter. Yeah. Oh my God, show me where the offsides is, please.
And both fans,
somebody tell me where the offsides is.
Both fan bases posting videos of dirty hits. It's like, dude, did you miss all the dirty hits?
Tucker Kraft going low, then the other guy from Minnesota going low and getting flagged on it. Like, both those fan bases deserve to cry to each other. And then you see this video of Sam Darnold being lifted in the air like he's Rudy because they beat the third place Packers.
They didn't even win a division.
No,
nothing.
That's because they beat a third place team.
Like I would imagine that on clinching a playoff.
You want to talk to me about mental mindset?
Right?
Like that's not Dan Campbell tough.
They third place at 11 and like 4 though. So I mean, you got to give them that credit. But
you beat the third place team in the NFC North.
No, that's true.
And you held up Sam Darnold like he's Rudy.
It's a good division. I will give them that. But what I learned last night is Jordan Love just ain't it.
No.
All that preseason hype. Oh, he's the future of the NFC North. I'm not so sure about that. I'm not.
They had zero.
His third
explosive
quarter
plays.
was atrocious, man. If he had a better third quarter, they win that game.
What? No. His first, second, and third quarter. He had 59 passing yards through 3 quarters.
It's crazy. Yeah,
he
it's
had
not good.
59 more yards than you. That's it. That's it.
I'm not going to be quick to write off Jordan Love or a guy like C.J. Stroud that's having a little bit of a regression in their second year. But what I saw last night was 2 evenly matched teams that are not on the same level as the Detroit Lions, not even on the same level as the injury decimated Detroit Lions that we were seeing a month ago and a couple weeks ago. Those 2 teams, I'm still shocked that the Vikings have been able to go this whole season with only 2 losses, but they are head on with loss number 3 next week. I firmly believe that those 2 teams just are not emotionally or physically on the same level as the Detroit Lions.
It's going to come down to the Lions secondary next week. That's everything. That's the matchup. That's where they're skilled at. Justin Jefferson, Addison. You saw
Jalen Naylor.
You saw Naylor have a big game. And it seems like every time I watch the Vikings, they have a wide open touchdown. Not a guy within 30 yards. And Sam Darnold obviously makes the pitch and catch. He makes the congrats. It's a wide open pass. You should make it as an NFL quarterback. But for some reason, there's one right now from yesterday with Naylor. They schemed this, and you saw it against the Atlanta Falcons. It looked like the Atlanta Falcons forgot how to play football when they were playing the Minnesota Vikings. So as long as our secondary can match up, I don't see any other skill position that they can beat the Lions at.
Darnold's been very accurate. He's been resilient and very, very accurate. The one thing I don't want to see is yet another cardiac cats last-minute game. I want to beat the Vikings definitively. I want it to be very, very clear that they are not on our level. If we end up with another
turn
close game with
KG's mic off, please. You're done for the day, KG. That's 4.
Yeah, I'm in the penalty box.
Yeah, we could at least put KG in timeout for 5 minutes.
I'm curious because we're going to be together tonight at Hayes Social in Shelby Township. You guys should join us for the watch party. It is a great, great time. I'm curious. I don't think that even though some Lions fans are looking towards the next week that anybody's taking this game off tonight. No. I think everybody's going to be wearing their jerseys. Everybody's going to be ordering their Sorokis if they're at home. Everybody's going to be out at the well, you should be at Hayes Social, but if you're going to your local spot to watch it, I think Lions fans are going to be in full force, not only around Metro Detroit, but as you asked earlier, we're going to see plenty of Honolulu Blue in the Bay Area tonight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a takeover. I mean, the Lions fans have traveled all season long. It's actually been one of my favorite things to troll Packers fans with on Twitter is a packed Lambeau full of Honolulu Blue, a Lambeau field full of Honolulu Blue, while these guys are telling me they have super fans. I was like, I don't know. Your fans aren't even going to your games.
Did you hear the mandate in Minnesota right now?
What?
Buy all the tickets you can in Detroit. We're taking over Ford Field.
Good luck. Good luck. This is not the Lions of 5 years ago. I mean, getting nosebleed tickets is like $600-$700. You ready to drop $5,000 to come to Detroit to watch your team get put in 5th place? By all means, Minnesota, come on down. But
save your money for your first round playoff exit.
KG, we got to take a break. Where are we going?
The good people about Sabbath Coffee Roasters, man, and I'm a big coffee guy. I got to get down with Sabbath Coffee Roasters. Fuel your Lions fandom with the perfect cup and become a subscriber of Sabbath Coffee Roasters. Whether you're gearing up for a big game or savoring a quiet morning, Sabbath Coffee Roasters has you covered with fresh, locally roasted specialty coffee delivered right to your door. Head to www.sabbathcoffeeroasters.com. Choose your favorite roast and use code Woodward to get 25% off your first subscription order. Awake, unwind, and support local and enjoy game day right with Sabbath Coffee Roasters. We will be right back, y'all.
Stop searching for a vehicle and start finding one. Les Stanford Chevrolet Cadillac makes it easy. We harness the power of multiple dealerships and own the biggest selection of GM brands in the area to get you the car you need. With the Les Stanford Group, you'll have access to 4 different dealerships, providing you with more makes, more models, and more choices. We're connected to more than 1,000 vehicles, and with so many high-quality CPO vehicles available, you'll find new car quality at pre-owned prices. You can start and end your search at lesstanford.com today.
No one gives away more cash and prizes than Woodward Sports. You don't believe us? Here's our latest $10,000 winner.
You know, you guys posted, hey, if you guess all this stuff right, we'll give it's $10,000. I'm like, okay, well, why the hell not?
And the winning doesn't stop there. How about our Outkick Your Coverage winner?
Let's give it up for David Tully, everybody. David Tully. This guy's got a hot girl.
Bigger prizes, bigger giveaways, cash, merch, tickets, and more. All from the biggest sports network in Detroit. No one does it bigger and better than Woodward Sports. Make sure you're following, liking, subscribing on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for your chances to share in the winning. From Detroit's #1 sports network, Woodward Sports.
Hey, Caesars Sportsbook. You want to bet on the game tonight? And even if you lose, you're going to get hooked up with $1,000 at a bonus bet if your first bet loses. All you got to do, use code word Woodward1000 when you sign up. Scan the QR code right above my head right now. That's code word Woodward1000. Put some money on the game tonight and get some back from Caesars. All right, welcome back to Ermanni and Edwards with Maz right here on the Woodward Sports Network. My name is Stick, filling in for Braylon Edwards. That is Anson Wells, filling in for Ryan Ermanni. We have Juzus here. Justin is here, of course. And KG with the foul mouth today is in the team.
Hey, I don't know where the soap is at, but I do got a $20 super chat. Shout out to nobody in the Woodward Sports chat.
Like
Anson, to a point you made earlier, Brad Holmes loves his picks, but he's also from the F Them Picks squad. I think they pulled from the F Them Picks 2 years early in LA. If Brad has the capital and this team can be a dynasty with one move, I think he does it again.
I think, but at the same point, and I agree with your point, nobody, but he's not doing that from players from other teams that are 6 years into the league. He is doing that for guys that they've put their due diligence into, i.e. Jahmyr Gibbs, i.e. J-Mo. And these are two guys that they saw as absolute game breakers. And, oh, that's crazy. They were right.
Yeah.
That's the only time I see them giving up capital is to move in and get a guy that they can hold on a rookie deal for 4 or 5 years where they don't have to pay, through the teeth in order to bring the guy back after a year.
I think you learned through all the injuries this year, especially the Aiden Hutchinson injury. Brad Holmes wasn't going out there and overspending for even a Max Crosby or a Myles Garrett. Nope. And, he picked up the phone, he called about him, and I guess 3 first-round picks is what they wanted. You hang up the phone, say thank you. I tried. We did our best here, but I'm not giving up 3 first-round picks. And if he was the type of dude that was like Kyle Shanahan and what they did out there in San Francisco, oh, Trey Lance, you want 3 first-round picks? Sure, let's draft him. If he's going to make the move, I think it will be for an established player, but why? When you're pulling literal all-pro guys out of the 4th round. Like, what are we doing?
It's so much more about having that rookie scale contract locked in. And when you go out and you give up one of these, major draft picks for a guy that you might have for a year, maybe you're lucky and get 2 like you did out of Z. It just doesn't make sense because you got to come back and pay through the teeth to keep this guy. Listen, if we would have made the move for Z right after we lost Hutch, right when they made the phone call, like all the fans wanted, we would have paid a 4th-round pick.
And you didn't lose a game.
We gave up, a 5th and a 6th, and they're paying his contract.
We had to pay $600,000.
Oh, man.
I just want to be factually accurate when we're reporting this. For the poll in the chat right now, offensive MVP for tonight's win against the 49ers. I like how you put that in there, KG. Goff at 43%, J-Mo 24%, Gibbs 20%, St. Brown 13%. So Jared Goff. He's got to be the guy tonight. California kid, played at Cal, comfortable out there. It's an outdoor game. Oh no, not Jared Goff in outdoor games. He's going to go out there and ball out tonight.
I think so. I mean,
he wants to end the fight early. I think that's like if we're talking about the team's mentality about being aggressive tonight, I think the message from Dan Campbell is end this fight early so I can rest you. Yep. And that's kind of a hybrid of both mine and your beliefs, right?
But isn't that every week? But especially this week.
I think especially this week. Like, hey guys, we understand what's going on. We understand next week is more important than this week. So you know what I want to challenge you with? Go out there, kill them in the first 2 quarters. Then make it my decision to where I don't have to play you in the second half. Then I think we all win. I'm happy because they didn't put forth this massive effort and drain themselves. And I think you guys are happy because it's still the rah-rah Lions that we've all come and known to love.
KG, how many times have we seen Honolulu Darko this year? 3?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so we've had an opportunity with 3 games to be able to just shell another opponent where we could rest our guys. You know, are we capable of doing that even with against a team that is the defending NFC champions? I know they're hurt, but they're at home. And you got to think that these guys, as much as they've thrown away their season, this is a huge game for them. Like, we can't take this opponent lightly. And I know that we can afford to lose this game, but
and listen, I know when you play half speed, you play to get hurt. Like that's just what happens. I mean, you saw it. Who was it that slid down to kill time and damn near broke his leg? What game was that over the weekend? It was a smart play. He had to go down, but it's what we
can't think of it right this
Yeah,
second.
I forget which running back it was, but it was your guy. It was Chase Brown.
Oh yeah.
At the end of the game, he slid down. He was doing the right thing.
Could he have had a touchdown?
He could have gotten a touchdown. Yeah, he definitely could have gotten a touchdown. But what I'm saying is the fact that he pulled up and tried to go a little bit lighter to get tackled, that's when you get hurt in football. You need to go full speed if you're out on the field. I'm not advocating for pulling back if you're on the field.
They're not going to do that.
No. So I don't want people to think that that's what I'm talking about is, hey, play, but only play half speed. No. If you're on that field, you're a dog. You got to play 100% at all costs because otherwise that's what gets you hurt.
Yeah, I guess I'm starting to think about the Vikings, buddy. I think you've pushed me in that direction.
It's not me pushing you. It's just everybody should be thinking of the Vikings right now.
I mean, we are.
Like this should be. I hate saying that the San Francisco 49ers game is meaningless, but the San Francisco 49ers game is meaningless. We got to worry about 6 days from now.
Yep.
And that's the thing. We're on a little shortened week here, too. We got to fly back from California tonight. You're not going to get your full day rest on Tuesday. Wednesday, you got to come in and start planning. Thursday, you do your first
we do have a less
first
day,
and second down
one less
practice.
day to prepare than they do.
So that's
You're right.
what I'm saying. Like,
You're right.
every minute matters right now, especially when you're preparing for essentially a playoff game. And like I prefaced earlier, I know they don't go home if they lose on the 18th game of the season against the Vikings. So it's not a playoff game, but there's a lot on the line. It's a first round bye. It's an entire almost 2 weeks off. How good would that feel for this team? So good. So they need week 18 is all that matters. I'm hyper focused on it.
Yep.
That's all I care about right now.
All right, chat. We got 25 more minutes until that final segment. Keep the super chats coming in. Whoever contributes the most, we're going to let you pick that final segment over the last 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes. But you got all your Vikings talk out of your system? You got some other stuff to talk about?
There's really not much to talk about that we haven't covered throughout the season. Like, my view of the Vikings hasn't changed since we beat them in week 6. I think they've played a very weak schedule. I think every game has been very close because they're not a dominant team. They've gotten a couple breaks. We've seen that before with Vikings teams. What was that, 2-3 years ago? They led the league with like 7 or 8 one-score wins, but it's not sustainable. And they've won the games they've had to win, but I've never turned on a Vikings game this season and been like, oh my God, that team looks unbeatable. Yeah. I've done that with the Bills. I've done that with Baltimore. Mm-hmm. Even though Kansas City isn't dominating teams, you feel like Kansas City is just bored playing with their food this year. They don't care about the regular season. Even though they've only lost one game, they haven't had a very impressive regular season, but it's Kansas City. The pedigree's there. So
we only have to play one of them.
Yeah, that's the good news. All 3 of them are on the AFC side. But that's why, I get the Vikings record, but I look at them. They had like the 3rd easiest schedule in the league. Congrats, you beat the Jets. You didn't have to play the Bills. You didn't have to play Tampa Bay. You didn't have to play real winning teams this year. And the only time you did was us, and you lost.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk about 3 guys in Minnesota that do scare me a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, but Justin Jefferson's on the list.
Well, see, that's the easy one. So I'm not going to talk about him because we already know what Jay Jetta can do. On the offensive side of the ball, Jordan Addison for the last 6 weeks to maybe the last 2 months has shown to be one of the better wide receivers in the league. In the first half of the season, this guy was nowhere to be found. He wasn't part of Sam Darnold's repertoire. He just didn't look his way. Then they get T.J. Hawkinson back. And TJ hasn't been a huge part of their offense, but he was last night, made some really, really big plays on some third downs. He's going to be looking for some revenge coming back to Detroit. And then on the defensive side of the ball, man, that Andrew Van Ginkel. A real disruptor. And if that's a guy that if he can get to Jared Goff a few times tonight, could change the look, or excuse me, next week, could change the look of this game.
It's going to come over to turnovers and hanging on to the ball. I mean, that's going to be the main thing next Sunday. I just can't wait. I'm excited for next Sunday.
Yeah.
That's why I'm overlooking today. Like, I wanted to be excited for today's game, but next Sunday is what's got me juiced. That's the game I want to see played. That's the game that, like, has meaning to it. So
$350 worth of meaning.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? Honestly, I think this plays into my favor, KG. I think this plays into my favor with the whole bet with Mason Leach. I was more worried that this game was going to be a wrap and that the Lions were going to rest people and that it was a meaningless game. That's when I thought the Lions were susceptible to lose this game, not when it actually matters. Now I know the Lions are going to handle business. They're going to have a focused week to practice. They understand the mission that's in front of them next Sunday. So I'm excited to watch them play next Sunday. I want them to I want them to expose this Vikings team to where they're limping into the playoffs with their tail between their legs.
Yeah, I do not want to see a cardiac cat close game at all. I don't want to see it tonight, and I don't want to see it next week. I want them riding emotionally high and dominant into their week 1 bye week.
Oh, man, a bye week. Think about that.
Sick.
Think about that.
It's amazing, man.
It needs to happen, too. If any team needs to bye, if any team deserves the bye week, it's the Detroit Lions for what they've endured this year and how they've maintained. I love how the injuries is no longer something we're discussing. You know, after the Bills loss, that's all you heard about for an entire week. Oh, my God, the injuries. This team is never going to be able to make a Super Bowl. I think the get-right game against Chicago, now you get a get-right game against San Francisco. Everybody realizes everything's in front of you. You're getting healthy. The being scared after the Bills loss for, I would say, 70% of Lions fans, I think has finally gone away. Mm-hmm. Like, it's washed away somehow.
So you got real mad at me when I said that was a good loss for the fan base. Now that we've kind of found our equilibrium as fans, do you look back and still not see that as a good loss for the fan base?
No, because the fan base exposed themselves.
That's what I'm talking about. These new fans,
loss.
New money fans beating their chest.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of, okay, I'm out of here. 2 losses, this team can't do it. Mm-hmm. And then you got guys like Spenny, well, it's not about the loss. It's about the players who were injured.
Let them lose tonight. You're going to see how important this game was tomorrow.
And that's the thing. But those are the loud 70% of fans who weren't here 4 years ago, 5 years ago, right? Like, those are the people that just popped out of the woodwork. They're not used to
Pure
it.
Michigan fans.
So, like, those are the fans that got exposed after the Bills loss. Like, if you were upset about losing to a potential Super Bowl contender with a potential MVP at quarterback who had to play out of their mind, the Bills played their A game against the Lions, maybe B-C game, and they won. Got to give your tip of the cap to them, credit. But I would, like, after the Bills lost, like, okay, they lost to the Bills. Next. Yeah. And here we are. The injuries are no longer an excuse that people are falling back on.
We had Doc Pearson here Thursday. We didn't even know what to talk about because nobody was injured last week.
Yeah, I was like, hey, Doc, tell us about the hamstring injury on Khalif Raymond. Is he good to come back?
That's what we talked about.
Yeah.
Thank God.
It's good. It's good. There's been so many
sure.
doctor clips that have popped off because of the massive injuries. Dante 151 with the super chat.
Shout out.
You know what's weird? Last year and this year, the NFC North Division came down to the Lions and the Vikings game. Also, Goff only missed 3 passes the first time against the Vikings. Also, Lions need a bye.
Yeah.
I agree with all those things.
I wonder how many teams in the NFL have never gotten the number 1 seed in the playoffs. And I know that always didn't mean a bye, but I'm just curious. Might be 2/3, well, at least 1/3 of the league, I would think.
That's got to be quite a bit. I don't know. Yeah. I do not have those numbers in front of me.
Stat guy.
Yeah.
Figure that out.
Come on,
right.
Justin. How many teams have not been number 1 seeds in the NFL?
In the Super Bowl era.
He's over there calculating right now.
Yeah. Google it.
Calculating.
Ask Chat GTP. Man. This is such a weird show to do today. Honestly, because I want to talk about 2 teams haven't had the number 1 seed?
It's 5. It's Cardinals, Lions, Texans, Jets, and Buccaneers.
Oh, have never had the number 1 seed.
Never had the number 1 seed.
Wow, that's a small number.
That's not that many.
I would have thought it would have been a little bigger.
A lot more too. Yeah. Well,
Let's
it is what
end
it is.
Let's end that.
We've never had a number 1 seed. That's crazy.
The fact that this year the NFC North decided to be an actual division, like I just don't understand it. You know, when the Packers were rolling the NFC North for those years in the past, the Bears were awful, the Lions were awful, the Vikings were awful, and they didn't. All they have to do was win maybe 9-10 games, and you won the division. Yeah. This year, a 14-win team is not going to win the division.
It's wild.
And another 12-win team is coming in third.
Only us. This is only the Lions, man.
But you know what? I don't want it any other way, right?
Yeah.
Because now, what can we brag about? Yeah, we won the division when it was the toughest.
Would the Bears be a playoff team with Jaden Daniels as their number 1 pick?
I don't know. I have no idea. The Bears are just a cluster. They would be if they hired Jim Harbaugh
KG,
instead of
finish that
sticking with
sentence.
Eberflus.
Nah, I can't. It's hard to say because the Bears have been such a just bad organization all around. Maybe if Jaden Daniels goes there, he doesn't have as electric of an rookie season as he's having.
I mean, there's 3 or 4 games that could have easily been switched, the results, just with a little more careful play.
Well, I mean, how about the game they played against each other?
100%.
The one Hail Mary, like, literally dictated their whole season. One team went one way,
after that.
The other team went the other. Big Head Chris, we play our A-plus game. I know. What a big head. We play our A-plus game, and nobody stands in our way. We haven't had that yet this year. Just think on that. And I'm with you, Big Head Chris. When Anson and I got into an argument, what was that, week 12?
Buffalo.
No.
Oh, the one before?
Yeah,
There's
that
been
argument.
3. There's been 3 games.
My argument was if the Lions play their A-plus game, nobody can beat this team. Nobody on planet Earth, nobody in the galaxy, nobody anywhere can beat the Lions when they play their A-plus game. And I'm with Big Head. I don't think we've seen the A-plus game out of the Lions. Have you seen when both sides of the ball are clicking at the same time?
Titans game. Jaguars game.
But the Titans game, the offense really wasn't even clicking. That was all special teams. If you look at those offensive drives, they scored like 4 touchdowns inside the 20.
True. It was some offense in there. Not as much.
They had to get the ball in the end zone, but the special teams dominated that game.
Yeah.
Like, that was, to me, maybe the Cowboys game was probably the most efficient on both sides.
Yeah, that's the most.
But that's when you
60
lost
minutes.
Aiden Hutchinson.
Sure.
So it's a bizarre season to look back on right now, and I'm with Big Head. I don't think we've seen both this team operating on all cylinders yet, and that's a scary thought.
Yeah, not for 60 minutes. I mean, we've seen some of our best games. We came out a little flat for the first 5 to 7, 8 minutes. Maybe a drive or 2 and a defensive non-stance. But this team, the most important thing to me is just their fourth quarter ability. Even, the Buffalo loss, the Tampa Bay loss, these guys never showed any quit at all. And, I mean, realistically, that Buffalo game, we probably should have lost by 3 touchdowns.
Could have. The old team would have.
Yeah. Oh, they would have folded real quickly.
Yep.
But I'm not worried so much about the 60 minutes. I'm worried about the start, and I'm worried about that second half. It's so hard to put 60 perfect minutes out against a team like San Francisco in San Francisco, albeit the injuries. And obviously, Minnesota's great. They're going to take this team out of their game at times, but we're going to be able to take them out of theirs for a longer stretch.
I'm going to have to go back and watch the Minnesota game from earlier this season. Probably do that maybe tomorrow night.
Where do you watch that? Where do you rewind it at?
In my house.
Oh, you just have them saved?
I record every single game, and then I watch it 2 or 3 times throughout the week because I like keying in on certain players. Like, all right, I'm just going to watch Penei Sewell this entire game. I'm just going to watch. And obviously, you're able to predict plays. Oh, I know this is the play. J-Mo gets open. I want to see the motion. Like, that's what I do during my week. But I really want to go back and watch that Vikings game to see what changed from being down 10-0 to the offense clicking and Jahmyr Gibbs breaking big runs and how they were able to overcome this Brian Flores defense that's so unstoppable except for at home against the Lions when they don't have Aiden Hutchinson coming off a bye week and they still lose.
They don't have a great second half offense. They have given up a lot of points in the second half. Lions just can't come out flat. They can't throw away a first quarter the way they did against Buffalo.
Man, Ford Field is going to be insane.
Rocking.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely insane. And if you're going to that game, you better be insane. Don't be one of these rich dudes that go down there and sit on your hands. Like, That's the one thing about these tickets going through the roof. You're no longer going to get the degenerates at games.
Yeah.
Like, you're no longer going to get kids like me and Anson drinking tons of beer, just going to a $100
Strong
game.
Islands.
Yeah, now it's a $700 ticket if you want to sit in the nosebleed. $700 a ticket. And I love the Lions. I ain't paying that.
No.
I ain't paying that.
No.
Hey Social gives me a good experience. We
Great
play the fight
experience.
song. You got the horn going off. People are high-fiving around you. Like, that's as close as I've gotten to being inside a game in 4 years.
Yeah, there's no other place, even during the Pistons wins and stuff, that I could ever compare to the atmosphere of Hey Social. I can't wait till tonight.
Yep, B-dubs without the BS, I like to say. But we blew past the break, so we got to do 2 reads. Can you tell us about Woodward and Main in the pregame show?
Yeah, if you were watching this morning, you saw Broder and Mr. Terry Foster. I think he was wearing that exact same shirt. And Black Jesus, or Black Santa, was on this morning as well. Woodward and Main, they kick off talking about all the lines. Just a casual warm-up to the day. It's just like a massage to get you warm and into your Lions game day. They'll be back on tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. to cover everything that happened. And then, of course, the pregame show happening tonight down at Second Best. So if you want to go party in Detroit and watch this game live, head on down to Second Best. The heavyweights are handling the pregame show tonight. And then the watch party going to be handled by these gentlemen right here, KG and Justin. It's all brought to you by New Holland, Sabbath Coffee, and Tullamore Dew.
And the
And there we
postgame
go.
show and watch party.
Hey, we just told you, man. Listen, Second Best before and during. You want to join us here at Hayes Social in Shelby Township, 21 in Hayes. You heard the sponsors. You've heard about the atmosphere, the biggest TVs, and the best place to watch a game in Detroit. Place is going to be packed. Make sure you call ahead, get your tables reserved, and come out and join us tonight. Hayes Social, watch party, and a post-game show.
Big injuries, big news. Twice a week, Dr. Jeff Pierce from Michigan Sports and Spine joins Woodward Sports Network for the Injury Insider Report. Big D Energy Tuesdays at noon, and Ermanni and Edwards with Maz Thursdays at 3:30. Get expert analysis and in-depth breakdowns on the latest sports injuries from the man trusted by top athletes in the community, like D-Mac. Whether it's the Lions, Pistons, Tigers, or Red Wings, Dr. Pierce talks us through it all. Don't miss the Injury Insider Report with Dr. Jeff Pierce, your go-to source for understanding the impact of injuries on the games and players we love. Only on Woodward Sports Network. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to MichiganSportsandSpine.com to see if Dr. Jeff Pierce can help you.
Walk into any Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men today. Open 7 days a week. Sit back, relax, and enjoy precision haircut, scalp massage, hot leather neck shave, and hot towel treatment from one of our talented stylists. Step up your game this season and take advantage of our $20 haircut special. Scan the QR code and get your coupon today. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, the ultimate haircut experience. Open 7 days a week. Walk-ins always welcome. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, it's wicked awesome.
The holidays are here. Don't know where to get your friends and family? Head to woodwardsports.com and click on Shop. Get the latest in Detroit sports apparel and exclusive Woodward sports gear. Woodwardsports.com can get the whole team outfitted for the Lions Super Bowl run. Love the Pistons, Red Wings, and Tigers? We got something for you, too. So make sure it's a happy holiday for you or the sports lover in your life. Shop online at woodwardsports.com.
Listen, man, look at this beautiful merch on the screen right now. I mean, the Dan Campbell kneecap speech on a shirt, that's everything that I've ever wanted, man. But go to woodwardsports.com, click that shop tab, and just unlock a world of possibilities for your sports merch. We got everything, hoodies, tees, hats, everything guaranteed to turn heads. But you can get the latest designs today only if you go to woodwardsports.com, and please click that shop tab. Justin.
Looking for you to turn the mic on.
Are you looking for a refreshing gin drink?
I am now.
Have you heard of the Long Drink? It is a gin-based cocktail that will get you right, made right here in Michigan, made with all natural flavors, ingredients for better flavor. Taller, the Dutch Long Drink from New Holland Brewing Company is shoulders above the rest. Made from New Holland small batch gin, 100% real grapefruit puree for a fresh and delicious flavor. Taller is your local long drink, and it is the official beverage of Neil Rule.
And welcome back to the Woodward Sports Network. My name is Stick, filling in for Ryan Ermanni today. That is Anson Wells filling in for Braylon. We got Justin in here. We got KG. And I love this comment in the Woodward Sports chat by Slick Nick. This is an angle we have not taken in this game. I bet Ben Johnson will purposely make some interesting looks to discombobulate the Vikings film review. This game will affect the next one based on how we play and the looks we present. Now, that's an interesting angle. And that I can accept as a reason to go all out in this game. If it's a smoke screen to screw with the next guys, that makes sense to me.
And they're just devious and that intelligent enough to be able to pull that kind of stuff.
It's so funny. Like, I love Ben Johnson and the creativity of that. After last week with the stumble Ruski, or what did they call it?
The stumble bum.
The stumble bum is what it's officially called inside the Lions playbook. But the fact that Ben Johnson went to Jared Goff on Monday and was like, do you mind actually fumbling the ball and like dropping it on the ground and then picking it up? And Jared Goff had to be like, how about I just pretend to fumble? Like, the fact that like Ben Johnson was so insane, he's willing to put the ball on the ground in motion, an oblong football which bounces
could go anywhere,
odd directions, but he didn't care. He's like, hey, I saw something on film. You know, when the Packers dropped the ball, the linebackers came forward. Think you could drop the ball? Like, I just love that those are the conversations. And then they made the right call. Like, he was going over the top with drop the ball. Jared Goff, I think, dialed him back to the right measure of, I'll just trip. I'll just look like I'm tripping. Such a good call. Such a fun call.
That's a great chat. Shout out to the chat. I know we got a lot of super chats that came in, and we're just maybe a little 5 or so more minutes. So if you want to get your topic chosen for the last topic of the show, get those super chats in.
I think Dante's in the lead. Dante 151.
Dante is kind of the king of the super chat.
Yeah. Shout out to him.
So are we not talking any Pistons?
What happened with the Pistons? They went 3-1 on the road.
I think went 3-1. I know they lost to Denver on, what was that, Saturday?
As predicted.
Yeah. But listen, when was the last time this team went out on a West Coast trip and came back 3-1?
It's been a long time. I honestly can't even remember. Every time they go to the West Coast in the past 20 years, it's just been a nightmare.
You inspired me yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
I bought myself some Jaden Ivey high-end rookie cards.
Hey. Get used to it, baby. The closer, the assassin. No, it's nice to see him and Cade finding the right chemistry between them. And, you know, we can go back to a couple years ago, and they're doing what I said they needed to do. Obviously, Monty Williams didn't care enough to even implement this, but the key to this offense is Cade's going to initiate it. If that offense breaks down and you got 5 seconds left, chuck it to Ivy, let him make a play. And there you go. You get 2 offensive sets in one, and you have a premier point guard running it for 19 seconds, and then your cutter, slasher, now shooter, which Ivy's added to his game, is your closer. And it makes perfect sense to me.
KG, I'm going to ask you this because you're in 3rd place in our fantasy league.
I am, boy.
I gotta set my lineup.
Mr. No, set my lineup over here is in 8th place. Can be changed, of course. Who are your starting guards on the all-star team for the East? I know that the things are changed, but traditionally, who would you pick as a 2?
I'm going to set my lineup now.
Okay, so, I mean, it's hard to look past what my man in New York, what's his name? I'm forgetting his name right now.
Brunny?
Yeah, Jalen Brunson. It's hard to ignore what he's doing right now. I think he just had like 55 points the other night. Really been balling for them, man. So I would probably put him there. Halliburton's had a down year, so I don't know if I'd put him up there. To me, Cade is right up there.
Over him and Dame?
Well, you got to put Dame in there. So that's 2. And then I would probably put Cade after that.
And number 3.
Yeah.
So he's close. And honestly, when you look at veterans like that, what's that?
My whole team's injured.
Is it? Well, by the way, you have 3 injury spots.
Notice.
You have 3 injury spots.
It's the first time I've checked my lineup in like 5 weeks.
Everybody's injured.
Suggs game time decision. Zion injured. Embiid game time decision. Gordon injured. Mann injured. Holiday injured. Middleton game time decision. Johnson game time decision. Melton injured.
Just give up, man.
You do have 3 IR spots. You can pick some guys up, slide them in there.
That's what you get for saying FK is your team name. I don't care about your little trend.
Don't give up, though. I came back from a losing record.
I can do it either way. But yeah, no, the Pistons looking a lot better. it's just nice to turn on the TV and see competitive basketball. That's all I've ever asked. And, that's where I was with the Lions a couple years ago. I wasn't asking for this. I wasn't asking for 2 losses in a season. I was asking for 500 football.
Yeah.
I want to turn on the TV and not know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Now I know what's going to happen. It's a win, and I love it. But with the Pistons, we're finally to a point now I can turn on any game and not know if they're going to win or lose, which is all I need as a fan.
Yeah.
Just give me a sliver of hope, and I'm going to be back committed. Because I checked out on the Pistons last year because I knew, why am I watching this? Every game I tune into, they're getting their head kicked in.
If the coach checks out on a team in the first month, how are the fans going to stay engaged? But listen, this new look Pistons team is a very engaging team,
and they're young and fun.
They play great defense.
Hey.
They put in full effort. They're starting to figure it out offensively, but their emotion, they're kind of just they have a pissed off. They got something to prove, and they've been just kind of crapped on for a lot of years. Cade's been dismissed as maybe even as a bust being considered. So right now, this team is real easy to watch. They're easy to cheer for, and I think they're only going to get better as the year goes on.
I mean, you got to think that, man. Just with everything JB Bickerstaff has done, especially defensively with this team, I think it's like night and day from what we saw last year. Now, are they a top of the league defense? No, but they're middle of the pack, and you can see just having that alone is like pays dividends for what they're able to do. Also, you got to give them credit for finding the Cade and Jaden Ivey fit, because that was a big talking point of the offseason.
These guys can't play together.
Can they play together? JB has figured it out, and it's working perfectly.
Well, honestly, and let's give credit where credit's due to Jaden Ivey too for developing that outside shot, which has allowed them to fit, right? Because now Cade can penetrate. Cade can be that guy, but Ivey can now knock down the shot. When he was just only a slasher, it kind of limited what that offense could look like.
Absolutely.
So another tip of the cap to Jaden Ivey for improving your game after having a coach try to destroy your life.
Right.
That's why I just have even more
that.
respect for Jaden Ivey. A lot of players would have been like, man, coach doesn't like me. This team was never going to believe it. I'm just going to ask for a trade, or I'm not going to put in full effort. Not Jaden Ivey. It was, I'm not getting playing time. What can I do to get better? And he went out and actually did it.
And on top of that, this guy from day one, since he got drafted by the Pistons, has spoken it. I love being a Detroit Piston. He wants to be here. And, hey, in a time where nobody wanted to wear that red, white, and blue, to hear somebody play like or say that and then have Cade echoing it, and watching these guys go to playoff games together as a team, that's what you saw out of the mid-'80s Pistons. In '86, these guys were going to the Boston Garden, the whole, the backcourt. Vinnie Johnson, Isaiah, Joe D, they were in the stands checking these games out the same way that we've been seeing these guys come together. We're at the start of something real special, I think, for the Pistons.
I hope so. It'd be nice to have the Pistons along this fun ride with the Lions and the Tigers, if they can get Bregman actually look like a palatable baseball team.
Is that a move you want?
It's the only move I want.
I'd rather take Santander.
What else they gonna do?
I'd rather have both.
I'd rather have Santander.
Why not both?
Bregman worries me, the amount of money that you're paying, where he is in his career. I know that we need him this year, but the amount that they're looking to pay and for the amount of time that they're looking to put him in, he's not going to be a Javi Baez contract, but it could be a bad
You can
one.
get both for $65 million a year, let's say, right? You could probably get both, $30 million each. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
And you're still not even a top payroll.
Nowhere close.
Not even close.
Not even close. So just to your credit, Justin, why not go get both? Let's go, Chris. Open that pocketbook up.
Yes,
see that
please.
Little Caesars money.
Yeah, I want to see AJ Hinch actually have a full war chest to use on the field. The way that he manages, the way that he plays matchups, to actually have real MLB bats, not just kids who are still trying to figure it out in the MLB, would be so massive. And you saw what he did last year. Just imagine you add 3 MLB, like true above average MLB bats, and the World Series experience that Bregman has, the World Series experience that Torres has, and then Santander, who's also played meaningful baseball. It's just that would be a very exciting Tigers team to watch this year.
Are you also excited about the way that your Red Wings performed the other night?
Yes, I am.
They look like a different team, no?
They look like a completely different team.
I love the coach's message. Simple, to the point. Just play effing hockey.
Yeah.
Hey. You've been doing it your whole life. Why are we overthinking?
Yes, and I think that's exactly what this team needed. He came in, and I feel like he took control of the locker room very similarly to the way that Dan Campbell did when he approached the Lions. And you see it with his speech. He said, just play effing hockey. And that's what they did last night. And he did some interesting things with the lineup, things that you can tell, because Derek Lalonde was a goalie. And goalies don't see the game in the same way that someone who played as a player. And you can tell that with the different lineup moves that he has already done. Like, he brought up Joe Veleno from the fourth line to the first line, and he brought up Kopp from the third line to the second line. And just by those changes alone, you're seeing Patrick Kane come alive. You're seeing DeBrincat come alive. And that's what you need from this Red Wings team.
There's a guy named Joe Bueno.
Veleno.
Oh, I was like, no bueno, Joe Bueno.
Crayons for breakfast with the Super
Shout
Chat.
out.
And don't forget, Super Chat winner. You get to decide what we're going to talk about for the next 10 minutes. So KG is going to add all that up. Can you guys shout out Anakin's mom to let him stay up late to watch tonight's game and Sunday?
Shout out Anakin.
You named your kid Anakin?
No, Anakin Sky Ogre in the chat.
Yeah.
I believe is who he's referring to.
Yeah.
Shout out Anakin,
you
man.
named your kid Anakin. I love you forever.
And come on, Mom, let him stay up. Make him some meatloaf. Just
Right.
let him be in the
Well,
basement.
now, wait a second. Next week, he's going to have to choose between one. Is she going to let him stay up both nights? Because you think that next week is the night to stay up for, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
You gotta choose,
if
buddy.
you don't understand football and how the standings work.
Hey, let's be real. Let him stay up for both. This is
Yeah,
a
come on,
historic
Mom.
Lions
Right.
season.
Come on, Mom.
Stay up for
Come
both.
on, Mom.
Come on, Mom.
All right, real quick, we're going to do a break-in show. I got to get these last two reads off. So, second best bar, man, and Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskeys. Shout out to them. Want to know where the best Lions pregame party is for the Monday night game against the 49ers tonight? Join us at Detroit's very own Second Best Bar, which will be headlined by the Heavyweights, located at 42 Watson Street for the ultimate fan experience. Enjoy some smooth Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey while catching the Woodward Sports pregame show only at Second Best Bar. Come get some. And I'm also here to tell you guys about Salvation Army, man, because listen, it's still the holiday season. There's people in need, man, so why don't you give a little bit? When you give to the Salvation Army, your donation makes it possible to serve our community's most vulnerable 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The Salvation Army of Metro Detroit's 2024 Red Kettle Christmas campaign fundraising goal is $7 million. Your contributions will help provide love beyond Christmas to individuals in need of food, shelter, and compassion. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to donate.sagreatlakes.org to donate. And we are back. Also, our super chat winner will most likely be Dante151. So if you want to program our last topic of the show, Dante, now is your chance.
Let us know, baby.
Did you see Terry's quote from this afternoon?
No.
When you're the boss, you know what you do? You grab somebody by the collar, you pimp slap them, you call them a biatch. That's what the Lions are going to do tonight and next Sunday.
T. Foster's a legend.
Listen, for Terry Foster to make that stand, like he's as middle of the road as you're gonna. He's a professional reporter. He ain't me. He ain't a fan like me. So for him to say something like that, you gotta love Uncle Terry.
I'm on the same page. I'm absolutely on the same page with the legend in terms of that take.
I loved his take on 97 The Ticket today too. Did you see how he called them all soft and? He would know. He worked there.
I was sitting there and I was just in awe watching him cook. I was like, whoa.
I text Chase. I was like, clip that. Get that on Twitter, please. Like, let's get this up right
I
now.
was listening on the way in, and man, they must have had a whole lot of pillows in the studio because the takes were so soft. And I mean, like getting mad at a fan for talking to Judon. Listen, Judon assaulted a guy by hitting his phone out of his hand. You're mad because a guy gets on the field and wants to talk smack?
Who's mad?
The people on the dial, man.
Oh.
And talking about just, I mean, sharing your sentiment a little bit, fast forwarding past this game, and just want to talk about Minnesota. I'm really happy to hear Terry stick to business.
No, Terry's the man.
Yes, he
Gotta
is.
love Uncle Terry.
Dante, what's that topic, baby? We're running out of time.
Well, that's all right. I mean, let's get final score predictions for this evening. Anson, what are you coming in at?
I'm going 48-27.
Damn. 48-27. All right. Justin, what are you looking at?
Damn, 48 is crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
I'm gonna go to KJ. I need some math.
All right. Well, for me, I think it'll be kind of similar to last week. I got 35-24 forward down the mother effing field. Y'all know what it is.
All right, I got mine ready. I got 42-13.
42-13.
Damn. Okay.
What's bringing that about? What took so long for you to come up with that number?
I needed to count the touchdowns.
Okay. So you're thinking 6
Rain
touchdowns.
Man over here.
Yeah.
6
You said
touchdowns.
48 was
How many
crazy. and
toothpicks on
responded
the
with
floor,
42.
Justin?
What?
So 6 touchdowns today.
Yeah.
Any defensive touchdowns?
Yeah. Yeah. They're gonna strip sack Brock Purdy and they're gonna fumble 6 for a touchdown.
All right. Yeah. Now I'm gonna go with my. I used to say Hendon Hooker's gonna play. Now you're gonna see Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy Bridgewater gonna get some run tonight in that fourth quarter. Dante151. He said, "Let's talk about the possible coaching hires and firings in the NFL."
Ooh, that's an interesting topic.
That is an interesting topic. We got 3 minutes to discuss it. Obviously, the major one that I'm worried about, not worried about, but the only one I concern myself with is the Chicago one.
Yeah, Pete Carroll.
And wherever Ben Johnson's going to go. Yeah, Pete Carroll. Did you see that they may bring back Rex Ryan for the Jets?
Yeah, man. They also interviewing Riverboat Ryan. Shout out Riverboat Ryan. Gets
I
in
like
there.
Ron Rivera, man. I think he's a decent coach.
He's not a good coach.
You don't think he's a decent coach?
Yeah, he hasn't been it for quite some time.
I like Ron Rivera.
If the Lions win the Super Bowl, AG leaves. We still get Ben Johnson regardless of the outcome of the Super Bowl. I've said it for 2 years, and I will say it for a third. That guy's not leaving.
Yeah.
I'm not really worried about Pete Carroll in Chicago because
Okay.
I'm not worried about the catfish. It would be a shame to see AG go because while we've been celebrating Ben, this guy's been working with next to nothing.
Yep, a mass
and then
unit.
this year he had this great lineup on the defensive side, and then he lost more than half of his starters, and he's still cooked.
True.
Yeah, I think the worst kept secret in the NFL is him going to New Orleans, right?
Yes.
I think that's the writing on the wall with AG. He's going to wind up in New Orleans.
It's a good spot for him.
I
Perfect
agree with
spot.
Anson, though. I've been saying it for the past year that I don't think Ben Johnson's going to leave. I think that, and I'm going to speak to a different point than what you spoke to. I think that with our new ownership and Sheila Ford taking over, I truly believes like she has her finger on the pulse. She knows what's going on with this team. She knows what makes this team go, and she understands how important Ben Johnson is to Dan Campbell. And I wholeheartedly believe that Ben Johnson will get a huge pay bump to stay with the Lions and possibly close to head coaching salary numbers for him to be the OC of this team because of the fact that she knows that Dan Campbell is a head coach's head coach, where he is a general and he just likes to oversee everything but let other people call the defense like Aaron Glenn or have Ben Johnson call the offense. And I don't think that he is going to end up leaving, and I think that Sheila Ford Hamp will be a huge factor in that.
You heard the man, Sheila, pony up.
Other besides New Orleans, besides Chicago, we know
The Giants
Carolina's probably looking for the Giants.
Yeah.
job.
Giants
The
definitely need a
Devils,
new
definitely.
coach.
The Jets are looking. I mean, there's a lot of vacancies. What's Vegas going to do? I mean, they stuck with Pierce.
I guess.
That was my next question.
What about
Bengals
Shanahan?
job
I don't think they're
What about
stuck with him. I
Shanahan?
think that he's a good
Shanahan's
coach.
fine.
How long
Yeah.
do you hang on to Shanahan?
Probably another
At
season
least
or two.
one more year.
Yeah.
If he falls flat again, you replace him, but I don't think you can replace him after this one bad
Not
year.
with
when
that-
he
not with all
loses-
the injuries.
Yeah, you lose CMC, and that alone is enough. To
I know
save his job.
it's just that recipe's not working there.
Yeah.
So
No,
at some
it's
point
not.
you got to
It's
change up the sauce.
Is the Bengals job open? Is the question.
That's another interesting one. I mean, to me, that's where I don't want to see Ben Johnson go. With the
Yeah.
weapons they have on offense, but
They gotta get a
they don't have an
defense, but-
offensive line, though.
Yeah,
That's
or
the thing.
defense, but
They're still in it, right?
technically, yeah,
They need,
technically.
they
Oh,
need
yeah.
Denver
Tiny.
to beat to lose to KC, but KC is resting all their starters.
Yeah, and And I mean, if we're talking about underdogs for MVP, Burrow should be your guy. Does he lead the league in yards and touchdowns?
Yeah, he got the triple crown.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. We're out of here. We will see you tonight at Hayes Social, 21 Mile in Hayes in Shelby Township. Anson and I will be doing the post game. Justin and KG will be doing the watch party, so make sure you join the chat for that. Or if you want, just come out. Come party with us. Have some shots. Have some chicken. Let's hang out. We'll see you tonight at Hayes Social. Heavyweights up next from downtown at Second Best.